Good morning. We welcome you to the fourth and last day of activities of the 11 SDMX expert meeting. Today, we will continue with session 7, SDMX interoperability, that we started yesterday afternoon, organized by Fadila Najeh and Juan Muñoz. Fadila, the floor is yours.
Everyone, thank you very much for joining the 7th session of the 11 SDMX expert meeting. I was just thinking about the Mentimeters, so the words are coming out. So maybe a small reminder for the participants who weren't able to join us yesterday. So the session is mainly about the SDMX interoperability. Yesterday we started already having a presentation about some use cases. So yesterday's presentation were about use case for the metadata translation, and the second use case was about the integration of the SDMX tags into the Elasticsearch. Today we'll be having 4 other different use cases. So we have already our, let's say, 2 speakers for 2 presentations who are already with us, and we will be having 2 presentations coming from Daniel Olivetti and from UNICEF, and Alessio Al-Kardasi from ESTAT joining us remotely. After the coffee break, we'll be having the second session of the second part of this session, where we'll be talking about the SDMX interoperability for the SDMX compliant tools. And we'll be having after that a panel discussion and an extended discussion with the participants. I hope that you will be enjoying the session today, and we are looking forward for your comments and your contribution during the presentation. Thank you.
Well, let's start with Daniele.
Daniel?
Okay, good morning. Me and James will be presenting. I'm sharing the screen right now.
Okay, just let me present you.
Okay. And also James will be presenting with me.
Okay. Maybe I'll present you, Daniel, and if you want, you can give us a small introduction to James. So Daniel Olivetti is a software engineer managing the SDMX registry, and he's also the contact person for users that need support to model, update, or consume the data. He built several applications for analysis or visualization leveraging the SDMX standard. Daniel and James will present us today a use case about using open source Python components to build a lightweight and configurable SDMX enabled dashboard. Daniel and James, the floor is yours.
Okay, James, maybe you want to start.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be in your time zone. So my name is James. I work with Daniele as a software engineer and portfolio manager for some of our data intensive applications. And today we're going to give you a small talk and demo on something that we built that leverages the SDMX standard. So next, please. Next slide, please, Daniele. Thank you. So where we work, we're a group of data scientists, data engineers. We obviously spend a lot of time on doing ingestion and ETL and loading data into our SDMX data warehouse. But the end need is to really kind of visualize this information and make it as available to the public, really, in our mandate as much as we can. We're not really front-end engineers, so we use a lot of out-of-the-box tools for that, Power BI, Tableau, R, and others. But we wanted to see if we could kind of programmatically and dynamically generate our dashboards on the fly to kind of democratize the creation of these very quickly. Next slide, Daniele. So we needed something that was simple, that can understand SDMX. So the advantages here is that we are dealing with the SDMX protocol, so it's a well-known thing, and we can interactively query it and understand the metadata from it. So that set us up quite well to build something that could be configured very quickly to generate kind of dashboards on the fly. Our main need here was also that we wanted to kind of embed those dashboards and visualizations into bigger web-facing products like our global website, thematic sites, etc. We wanted to bring the data into the context of where the story is being told, and we don't necessarily want to create a full-blown CMS. There's other projects doing that quite well. We wanted to focus on the kind of data rendering part of the journey. And it needs to be multi-project, multi-tenant. We don't want to host this for every single office that may need it. We wanted to create a service that kind of enabled this. So we leveraged an open source product called Dash, which is very big in the Python world and are quite prevalent with data scientists. It's a really excellent kind of web framework by Plotly. It's built on top of Flask, so we have the whole ecosystem of libraries and tools and other things to use there to kind of build onto it and kind of add things that we needed for our needs, such as an admin interface that allows us to configure our dashboards. And we're really standing on the shoulder of giants here. And when we added a kind of layer on that speaks to SDMX, reads a configuration, and renders a dashboard depending on what we've configured it to do. It's a very, very nice framework. I encourage you all to check it out if you haven't seen it before. Next slide, please, Daniele. So what our application does is that it will take some JSON configuration that either myself have created or Daniele, or even just a data savvy person or anyone that can really work with JSON-based config, which is pretty prevalent these days, and will then render a dashboard, making queries on the fly back to our SDMX repository to render a UI. And it will do that as the user interacts with it. It will then make the call back to the repository to get that subset of data, depending on the filters that are being applied, and interactively update the tile, which you'll see in a minute in the demo, with the corresponding data that was asked for. It's very nice from our perspective because it allows us to work in Python, which is the language that we're working in every day with ETL and data work, and it completely renders the front end side for us and generates that client side payload on the fly. Over to you, Daniele.
Okay, quick demo. I will go very fast. This is the project we created for Brazil. They needed 5 pages: education, health, protection, and so on. We can also add several themes to the page. You can switch back and forth between themes. In this case, access to education and learning quality, but we can have more. And as James mentioned, we have several tiles. So the page is built with tiles, with blocks. We have 2 types of blocks. We can add more, of course. In this case, we have the card. It's just showing a value, the indicator name, the data source if available. It's just showing a number. So something that is important for the country office and for this specific topic. Next block is the map. You can change indicators, so you can plot several indicators. The shapefile are dynamic and loaded by from the CMS, configured in the CMS. We are just showing, in this case, the latest data point, but you can show the historical series. It takes a while to plot, to generate all the shapes, and you can play through the years. Okay, you can download the map as a PNG, so as an image. You can download the data behind that are feeding the chart with Excel and in Excel or CSV. Next type of block is the chart. Again, you can select the indicator, and you have several chart types. These chart types are also defined in the configuration. So the idea is to hide the types of chart that don't make any sense for some indicators. For example, the pie chart is not always a good solution. So we want to guide the users. You can switch between chart types, and again, you can download a chart in PNG, in Excel, in CSV. I'll go to another page just to show that you can configure a lot. There are no cards. This page is really easy. No cards, no charts, just a map. So as you can see, we created something that allows us to tell a story. So to quickly create a dashboard, everything is controlled. So we can add and remove blocks very easily, very fast, and guide the user. So to have something that is predefined and ready to use, very fast to configure. Everything is connected to the APIs, and I'll restart the presentation just to show you what is behind. This is the configuration. It's a very small part. As you can see, we have the cards, and this is the configuration of the card. It's a data call to an API endpoint, to an SDMX endpoint that we all know very well. This is the card. This is the content of the map, for example. So really easy. James, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Daniele. So this is still very much in development. We're trialing it with a few regional offices here and some country offices. The kind of long-term plan for this would be that we can maybe even offer a UI where we open this up to even the end user to kind of configure the view of the data that they want, and then quickly embed that into to a page that they're trying to tell a story around of the situation. For example, we have the data sets ready in SDMX, and this is really kind of making that connection and leveraging that data in an easy way, in a very visual way. We spent some time working on the UI and the color scheme, so we kind of it looks and feels like the same product when you embed it in another page. It does a native integration as well, so it's not like an iframe inside a page. It's a full-blown HTML embed. So from an audience perspective, they have no idea that this is being rendered from a separate place. We're going to add a lot more chart types. The great thing about Plotly is that it, which I'm sure some of you know, it's incredibly vast charting library. There are many things we can do. We've kind of proven the concept first with basic charts, but we're going to be leveraging more of those and making them easy to configure in the way Daniele showed. And we need to obviously test this a lot more with our colleagues and in different scenarios to see how it renders, how it scales, that kind of thing. We'll probably be adding more of a kind of user roles management around it as well, so you can log in as an admin or a country office data person and set up your page. So we have kind of a self-service model happening around it. We are happy to receive contributions. If you like what we're showing today, please get in touch with us. We'd definitely be happy to work with you on something that can benefit the whole community. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's see if we have some questions. The audience. Yes, Rafael.
Thanks, Daniel and James. Very interesting presentation, and I can just confirm Plotly and Dash is also heavily used in our organization, and it's There's a lot of potential. I have a few questions. One is when you ask your users to create Plotly or Dash charts or dashboards, especially for the Plotly part, do you ask them to script this or do you use the Plotly UI? Because there's a Plotly UI which we have recently actually explored together with our users. So I was just wondering whether you are using this and what your feedback is on this. Then the second thing, so I presume there's a GitHub project where you say we could contribute, we could look at. It would be actually interesting to post this maybe here in the chat so that we can have a look at this. And then the third question, so on Dash, actually our experience was that we needed the enterprise license from Dash in order to actually provide sufficient support. But what I hear from your presentation, it sounded more like you use you don't use this, yeah? Or did I misunderstand this? Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let me take them in reverse order. So yes, on the Dash enterprise, we've actually been in touch with Dash, and definitely the enterprise offering would be useful in many ways. There's quite a steep amount for that we couldn't justify at this early stage, but we're in open discussions with them. We haven't closed the door on that, but yes, indeed, we're self-hosting this. It's a Docker-based setup essentially. We haven't finalized on the exact what the exact production setup would look like, but we're pretty much thinking of a kind of Kubernetes or Docker-based setup where you can just deploy the container either into your own cluster or somewhere, and you have a Dash service ready to go, and then it's kind of multi-tenant from there. You can have multiple projects on that one instance. Indeed, we have a Git repo for this. As I said, it's super early days, and we'll be happy to share that. Daniele and I are just actually rushing just to document it a little better, at least the README. So you know how to launch it and start it and play around with it. But we're very interested in contributors to help improve it. So we're not actually using the chart designer or chart studio, I think it's called in Dash. We've kind of gone even a level up from that, in that we have a kind of JSON-based syntax that is kind of designed to make it as easy as possible. So in your main object, you have a couple of areas, so area 1, area 2, and that kind of corresponds to rows in the page. And then in that you say, okay, I want to have a chart in here. I want it to be full width, and I want it to be of type bar. And then I put my data query directly in there, which is what kind of Daniel was showing. So that for me is probably the most interesting part about this, to be honest. We try to really, a lot of our users are not Python engineers. In fact, there's only a handful of us. So but they do understand configuration, and they can work with JSON. So we try to go a level up from that to provide a lightweight configuration, if you will. We're still undecided how that will play out. Maybe we'll keep it in that kind of syntax. Maybe we'll offer a UI, but maybe we shouldn't reinvent the wheel either. So we're still on the journey of what works best there. But for now, this is quite fast for us to generate a dashboard with this kind of set template and this configuration method. Over.
Thank you very much. Maybe just one additional information for you. So we are exactly in the same situation that our users at the end said they need both. You know, in certain for certain users which are a little bit more advanced using Python on a daily basis, they basically are very comfortable with scripting. But the other users, and since some of our users have very tight deadlines, need to generate these graphs within, I don't know, an hour. So they actually prefer the UI. So what we are doing at the BIS is we are actually developing our own UI, because we found the Plotly UI a little bit, let's say, restrictive, and it's also not that much supported anymore because the main developer actually left just recently. So we use basically our own internal implementation, and we are also thinking about making this open source. So if there's an interest on your side to collaborate on this, I'm very happy to basically embark on a joint project. So just let me know. Thank you.
Sounds great. Sounds fantastic. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We have another question. Yeah. first. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you, James, for your excellent presentations. And also thanks a lot for you to, yes, we've seen each other in Geneva. So I think it's an excellent solutions. And first of all, I would like to also to express our great interest from IO that we are indeed looking for exactly the same kind of dashboard solutions. So next year, if there's any chance for collaboration, that it would be great for IO. I just have one quick question, that because you in your demo that you showed the whole interface in the browser, but I forgot to ask you that how is it about the compatibility with the mobile-based views?
Yeah, good question. So yeah, so the Dash uses Bootstrap 5. So we use something called Dash Bootstrap components. So they are responsive. If you drag down that interface, the blocks that are kind of side by side start to stack up on each other, and so do the buttons, and then also the menu switches into what's called a burger style menu. So we're leveraging that capability out of the box, and that's actually one of the core things we considered, because with the layout that we have, the layout engine, it's easy for it to go from a desktop to a smaller screen by just collapsing down. We are thinking about having other templates, which are maybe just mobile only or desktop only, but this fluid one that we have currently allows it to it be responsive out of the box, which is a kind of property that Dash has going for it already, and that we're leveraging in this case. So yeah, your mileage may vary depending on how many cards you configure, but it will, at a certain size breakpoint, it will just switch into a column of first cards, then the graph.
Yeah, excellent. Just for your information, that the IO currently is working on a new design system. So I don't think it's a Bootstrap based, but I think there would be some opportunities to collaborate to enable the Dash design into different design systems. So looking forward for collaboration.
That's a great point. So there is also a theme. You can create themes for Dash, which are Bootstrap themes. So we actually went out to a company that we work with and asked them to build us a Bootstrap 5 UNICEF theme that we essentially just plug into this. So that is something that the framework has going for it as well. That is really interesting for organizations. So it will fit to your color scheme and your look and feel.
Sid?
Yeah. Hey, this is Sid here from the World Bank. First of all, congratulations. It's excellent work. And you're talking about the color scheme. It looks very close to the World Bank data site. So it's a very close fit. Congratulations. I got like two questions. Like, even though on day 4, I'm taking you back to day 1, where we conducted the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat of SDMX. So when you were implementing this, what did you feel were the strength of SDMX? What were the weaknesses? Like you took API, like data that you knew, but if you were to take in a new SDMX API with a different domain and try to plug it in, how easy it is, especially from a API query perspective, like to figure out to get the right set of data. So that's one piece of it. Both of you can chime in on what you think were your experience working with SDMX. The second is a suggestion, is like we recently launched the SDMX user forum. So maybe you guys can join there and then provide details of yours so it reaches the wider SDMX user community, and you may get more suggestions and feedback from others. Thank you very much.
Let me comment on the second one, and then I'll pass the first one to Daniele, because he had one of the harder tasks to take what I'd done and make it globally applicable against our SDMX repo. So on the, we're definitely interested in being a part of the group. We've been in stealth mode for a while because we knew what we had was quite interesting, but we kind of did it originally as a kind of part-time project. So we knew that it was very creaky in places and still is. So when we collaborate, just take be kind to us. It still is 0.1 version of it, but definitely interested in joining the wider group to see, you know, how we can contribute and how we can help others. And then Daniele, why don't you take the SDMX question, because you had that painful task.
Yes, okay. I joined the group yesterday, so I'm in.
Okay.
And regarding the SDMX, I mean, it's really easy, because all you need to do is to decide a data query that returns the set of data that makes sense for the chart. So, for example, in the map, you just want one data point for each country. So it's just a matter of, you know, fine-tuning the data query that you need to get the right data for the right type of chart. For example, for the line chart, maybe you want a complete time series, so you will have a time period, the whole time period, and then maybe just a few countries, just one indicator, so that that the chart looks nice. So it's really powerful if you know how to leverage the API or the SDMX APIs. And I built almost everything on the by using the query builder. So, you know, you build your query, the data that is returned looks fine for the type of chart, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I would add on to that just to say that having SDMX, I think, was really one of the biggest enablers to even trying to do something like this, because it's a protocol that has metadata, has this interactive, very standard way of querying data that you may not know anything about. I think it was the reason that we're able to do this. Daniele's been quite modest here, because he actually took it from our original implementation, which was just on one data flow, and made it work across all data flows. Like, added that extra layer of even different tiles can be pointing to completely different things, and you're able to bring that into one page. So I think with that additional piece of work is how we managed to get to where we are today with it.
Thank you very much. I think that's very encouraging to know that you found it useful. And don't be so humble. Your product is really good.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have we more questions? Yes, Daniel?
Thank you, Juan. Just a short follow-up question maybe for Daniele. You showed in the demo that the download is in Excel and CSV and PNG. So why not also the REST URL to the data? So if I'm saying I want to see this data set, or I want to follow it in the future, that I have the endpoint as well. Are you thinking about that too?
So you mean adding a functionality that says, okay, give me the endpoint?
Yeah, the query URL. I guess you're using a REST query, so that would just be the URL pointing to the original data behind the dashboard. I think that could be quite useful then if I want to download it in batch, or if I'm interested in updates later on. I know this dashboard was generated now. I'm interested in the data, and I can fetch from their URL. I think that could be extremely useful addition.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's come up actually from another user, and that's an excellent idea, that we expose the SDMX query that gets you to that same data frame. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other question? I think not. Well, thank you to the presenters. Now we are going to see the next presentation, integration of SDMX with XBRL. Lucas Joszewski. Well, I tried. I did my best try. Is a senior technical standard analyst at Business Reporting Advisory Group. He has been working there for over 7 years at the Standards Consulting Department. And also Daniel Surangi, who is the lead data architect at ECB, and he has been working, we all know him, the SDMX working groups for several years. He has a vast experience on SDMX. Well, I don't want to talk too much, so let's see your presentation.
Are we online? I hope you allow me to stretch my legs a bit. I've been sitting too much this week. While the slides are coming up, also on Teams. We did not prepare a Mentimeter, but if I ask in the room who thinks SDMX is the coolest metadata standard, I hope I see 100% coverage. A few people that don't raise their hands are either not listening or in the wrong room. You might go to another meeting room. So we have heard a lot about SDMX and other standards in the last years, and also on the day one, where I was not here, I was stuck at the airport, but I heard there was a Menti on SDMX and we called competing standards. I don't like the word competing here because I think many standards are here to stay. We all know that we are trying to pull in people into SDMX, but we will not manage everywhere. So we can only make SDMX the coolest standard or the global metadata, let's see, available in the best way if we manage to make integration with SDMX and other things seamless for the user. In the past, we talked a lot about DDI. The clicker doesn't work. Again. Okay. So in the past, we talked a lot about EDI in this forum, but now we are in the central banking world, or I moved there. So now we talk about TPM and XBRL. And in order to solve this question, because we know TPM is here to stay, we will not get rid of it. We will have to use it one way or another. And we will have to use it together with SDMX because SDMX is also here to stay, hopefully. What we tried was we had a project that tried to answer kind of two questions in two phases. The general question was, can we convert content of one information model to the other? Can we make a seamless link? Can we represent TPM entities in the SDMX registry? We made a first project where we found out, yes, we can do it. But then there was a big but, and the big but was that we can cover very well the dimensional model of TPM. For those of you who don't know it, but it's very similar to creating dimensions, attributes, and creating DSTs. This converts really nicely. But what TPM has behind as a big power is the so-called rendering package. TPM started from template reporting, and they invested a lot of time in describing templates, and the way the information model is built is around templates. And what we tried then as a follow-up project, and we did that together with BRAG, is to see, can we read this rendering information also into SDMX? And the first try was we tried with the annotation, controlled annotations that we have from the SWG, and that was much too weak. So we needed to go a bit further. And how far we needed to go, I think is what Lukas will explain you in the next couple of minutes.
Hello. Oh, hello. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, I would like to present you how we try to represent the rendering package from DPM and in SDMX. So the assumption was that we use the European Central Bank's XBER taxonomy, which were created to the data point modeling approach. And in this proof of concept, we use 3 different templates to represent each of a kind. So we have 2-dimensional templates, we have 3-dimensional templates. So here we have additional z-axis, which basically holds additional dimensions. And we also have open or semi-open tables. These ones are the ones of templates that allows the filer to create an open list, so like listing as securities. Yeah, so maybe very briefly about DPM and XBRL. So data point modeling is basically a methodology to create data model. So I guess we could compare it to SDMX information model. DPM consists of dictionary. So there we have all the definitions with breakdowns. And these definitions we use to define the content of templates. So the part of DPM are also the annotated templates. And if you'd like to compare it to SDMX information model, I guess we could say that we can represent the dictionary in SDMX, but regarding the annotated templates, we can represent data points, but due to the lack of rendering information, we won't be able to represent the templates as a whole. About the XBER, so this is the Extensible Business Reporting Language, which is based on XML. So basically, in this case, this is a technical standard for which we implement the DPM, We have the XBER taxonomy, where all the concepts are stored. And also we have the instance documents. So these are basically reports holding business facts. And I think we could compare it to SDMX ML, where SDMX ML is based on, for example, DSDs, similarly like instance documents are based on the taxonomy. In XBER, we also have finding rules, which we could compare to guidelines. And also XBER has a set of specifications, which one is, for example, a formula link base, which we could compare to VTL. So that there are similarities between these two models and standards. And our proposed solutions of mapping the rendering package to SDMX is to make use of data keys and annotations. And we are proposing three-step approach. In first step, you would map ordinate categorizations, so the information about modeling, the definitions. In the second step, you would add information via annotation about labels, about row and column codes, and the structure of the table. And the third step is to map the reportable data points. So this is a high-level connection between DPM and SDMX. In our proof of concept, we have decided to map one table to DSD. Including more tables would make the DSD bigger. Therefore, we have decided to use only one per DSD. Also, DPM and SDMX share common concepts for dimensions. So there would be a straight connection. Metric would be mapped to measure. Domain basically is very similar to code list. There are also domain members, which are codes in a code list. For closed ordinate, we would use the data keys, which would be grouped into data key sets. The dimension would be a value in that key. This open attribute for tables would be additional information attached to a DSD. Data point would be mapped similarly as closed ordinate, so we would have data keys in data key sets. And the metric would be connected to data key set using member selection. I would say more in details. So this is an example of a table. So this is an annotated template from DPM. This is a fraction of our real templates coming from FinRep. Here we have first 2 rows and first 3 tables. I excluded the last column for this presentation. On the right and on the bottom, we have the annotations. So we have here the definitions. In colors are also marked the similarities, the mapping between DPM and SDMX. So we have in blue dimensions, in green we have code lists, which would be created based on a one template. Connection between metric is to measure, and in gray we can see the annotation. So here we would include the information about label, about row and column codes, and the structure of a table. So basically the parent-child relationship. And if we go further, we have the 3-step approach. So in the first step, we match each ordinate categorization. So as we can see in red, we have dimensions and we have values for each dimension. Here, we can see a list of all the ordinates for each, of all the categorization for each ordinate. So basically what we do is we are building a one data key for one ordinate. We end up with having one data key for all of the ordinates. So in the table first above, we have the representation of rows. In the bottom, we have a representation of columns. In DPM, only one axis can have a measure. Therefore, we have it here on columns. And then we are grouping data keys into data key sets. For axis which has no measure, we basically are creating one data key set. So as we can see, we have data key set for data key row 10 and row 20. And in the table below, we have also 2 data keys, but here we are grouping data keys according to measure. And due to that, in our example, we have 2 measures. Therefore, we end up having 2 data key sets. Yeah, so this is the MI 136, if I see correctly, and MI 53. So this is the first step. In the second step, we are adding annotations, where we would like to include the information about label of each ordinate, the code and structure, etc. So again, we are creating a list of all of this information. So we have the axis code, we have axis orientation, we have label, and we have order and level attribute, which would basically represent the structure of table. And we are attaching that information as annotation to each data key. In a 3-step, you would map only the reportable data points. We would do it in the same way as we did the ordinate. So we would create one data key for one data point. Here we have a list of all the data points. And we are grouping the data keys into data key sets according to measure. And as we remember, we have 2 measures in this example. Therefore, we have 2 data keys. And we are attaching the measure to a data key using a member selection. And for that, this representation of each data point, we are also attaching annotation with information about the data points, so like codes and some additional information. And that was the solutions that we advised to advise. But there was another solutions that we could implement, but at the time that we were doing this project, we didn't have like support in the software. But alternatively, we could include measure in the data key, the same way that like we are closing the dimensions. So here we would need to list all the measures that are present in a table, so in a DSD. And then we need to add information which measure is included and which is excluded in each of these data keys. And so that was the, let's say, the most simple example of a 2-dimensional template. We have also 3-dimensional templates. So as I said, the only difference here would be the additional dimensions on the z-axis. So basically we would include that in the key, adding additional dimensions. So there are little differences here. And if it comes for open or semi-open tables, we have one dimension, which is so-called the open dimension. So here we would add the additional annotation, which would define that this dimension is the open one. If we have an open table, there will be dimension not coded. If you have semi-open, then we would need to attach a code list that would represent this enumeration. And in this project, we also have created a pseudocode that would represent the automation of this process. And I think that brings us to conclusion, which I would give to Daniel. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lukasz. I think what we saw is that it is quite complicated sometimes to bridge different standards, and we need to see the use cases. So what we concluded in that project, and also thanks to BRHE for the support there, is that as always the answer is yes, but. So here it's yes, we can have the dimensional model into SDMX3. That was actually the assumption before we launched the project. But then when we need some more assumptions for the rendering package. I think there's one more slide there, right? So what can be the way forward now that we have seen basically one possible solution that is viable, but it might lead to some complications, especially about a set of custom annotations. So we can expand on the standard annotations, of course, like we also discussed yesterday about logical data models. So I think we should start a discussion maybe in the context of the SWG to say which types of use cases do we want to support with annotations so that they don't kind of grow like mushrooms everywhere, but that we can still kind of stay flexible in SDMX to ingest things that are not foreseen in the standard right now. Another solution would be to develop a rendering package similar to what DPM has, to say, do we want to have metadata-driven visualization supported from the standard more natively, and what are the use cases? We saw before a visualization use case. We saw some interest that it's important. The question is, what should SDMX do to deliver a bit more there, or not? Maybe it's enough for what we have now. So it could be based on the annotations that Lucas has presented today and the solution we have found. It could also be a separate extension of the information model. So I think we have space for discussion. We can have different ideas. What the project showed us is that two things. One is we can kind of get DPM and SDMX closer together, but we need to do some work for it. And the second is SDMX is still a bit too weak in visualization, in metadata-driven visualization. This is the more general conclusion, I would say. And there is maybe some work for us as a community to improve on that, and maybe something we can learn from the DPM guys because they have experience there on how to do metadata-driven templates. So with that, thank you very much, and back to Fadila and Juan.
Thank you, Daniel. Do we have questions? Please, Stratos.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks both for the nice presentation. I think that from the TWG point of view, we do have a layout activity, and I think that looks relevant to what you're doing. But I think it would be good if you also could contribute back to the TWG with your experience, because it's something that can only be driven by use cases, not by a wish list. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Yes, Abdullah.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel and Lucas, for a very interesting presentation. Basically, you're talking about adding a presentation layer to SDMX. We have the beginnings of that in the controlled vocabulary of annotations. What I'm thinking, though, is should we suppose that a decision is made to add that? The question then is, should we develop our own, or should we reuse something which is already there? And I don't know to what extent DPM is considered an accepted standard. Maybe there is another standard for data visualizations that could be translated somehow either into SDMX annotations or otherwise, and be used as to drive again, to drive the presentation layer for SDMX. Again, it's already there, but obviously it would benefit from enhancement. Thank you.
I think there can not be a clear answer to the question. It's more a kind of statement, right? But I would agree with you that we should reuse things. For us, DPM is there to stay. It's an ISO standard that is used in the financial world, in the supervisory world. So it has quite a kind of defined community, which is smaller, of course, than the SDMX community in terms of scope. So I just think we have a journey there, and we can see what is out there. We can learn from what we have done in this project. And depending then also on the use cases we have, if we talk about use cases of supervisory reporting, then DPM is the obvious choice, and maybe there's something we can learn from there or we can take over from there. And if we want to create an SDMX visualization package, of course, we can reuse other standards and ingest them, like we did with the geocoding, for instance, where we're saying we're referring to something outside of SDMX and we reuse it. I would be also a fan of that. What we saw is that there's a gap. We can close the gap now if we want to, but it's still a bit too complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think I didn't pose a question per se. I think the question is, and I'm not demanding an answer, is whether to reuse DPM's visualization components or use another standard or develop our own. And I would say that obviously reusing is better. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question? Rafael?
So thanks again for the presentation. Quick question. So is this a software package which you developed at the end, to do this mapping, or is this more conceptual work? It's not clear to me.
Maybe we give that to Lucas.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Yes, that was mostly conceptual work. We didn't develop any software for this. We just created a pseudo Python code to represent automation of the process, but we don't have a software solution.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I know very little about DPM, so I have a questions to you. To your experience with DPM and your knowledge on SDMX, whether suppose we have this visualization package added to SDMX standard in the future based on DPM or other industry standards, do you think that the DPM community could be convinced to use this extended SDMX version in the future? So I'm posing the question about the point of adding, extending SDMX with the visualization capabilities.
I don't know how to answer the question because it's a political one, right? It's going back to the introduction where I said, is SDMX there to take over the world or are we there to cooperate? I think it's not a question of features if people would leave their standard and move to SDMX, right? It's a question of organization, it's a question of community. So I think DPM is there to stay, and organizations like the European Banking Authority will not suddenly switch to SDMX. They have been working on DPM since they exist. They have made it an ISO standard. So I don't believe that on features we win over. And I also don't think that's so important. What is important is that we can communicate with each other in a seamless and automated manner, that we can read artifacts from other metadata standards into SDMX, that we can also write out to other standards if we want to cooperate with organizations where for one reason or another they would not join our community. But we have a story to tell to the users to say, if you place SDMX in the middle of all these other things, then you have a seamless experience with metadata and data. And this is, I think, a bit more realistic as our mission or goal. And if then one or the other user is convinced, because we are the cool guys on the block, and they're convinced that they want to move over, then there will be a few more people in the room in the next conference. It's not bad, but I don't think we win the stories through features.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michał Zobricki, BRAG as well. I just wanted to add the comment on the previous question from Krzysztof. It is actually right now, we are in the process of revising the DPM methodology, which is called the DPM refit. And basically, what the EBA and the EIOPA are doing, the European Banking Authority and the insurance regulator in Europe, they are actually revising the standard to be more feasible in terms of cooperating with other standards. And SDMX is actually a part of the works being conducted as part of the DPM refit. So I believe that indeed there will be an eagerness of cooperating between the different communities. And with joint forces, we may make these things better and more interoperable. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Rafael?
Can I just ask a question back to this, because that's actually news to me? Yeah. Is there anybody from the SDMX community involved in this working group there? Because I mean, there are quite some demands also on our side to implement, an easy way to map between the standards, especially at the BS. We also have this, submissions in XBL, DPM, and SDMX, and there's always this discussion. Can you not map it easily? So.
I mean, Michael, you can promote the Eurofiling conference, and you will do it right now, I guess. But I mean, we are involved with Juan Alberto. You might know him. We also have started a bit of these projects. We will be one of the organizations that will have to use both standards. So we are interested in also building on our experience we had in this project and further down the road. Maybe visualization is only one aspect. The more important one for us is actually reporting in the both standards and going towards IREF and so on. We have a lot of questions to answer. But I know that from ECB side, we are present in both communities. And I think there are also some other organizations, but I think I give Michael the floor to.
I think. Yeah, there's also Antonio Olieros that is working with the DPM and trying actually to merge it with the SDMX component. So yeah, there's quite a lot of people because, in general, DPM is widely used by the central banks in Europe, which are all also required to report SDMX data for the ECB, for example. Therefore, yes, the community is strong. And as Daniel mentioned, actually, we will be having a conference in 2 weeks' time, 13th and 14th of December in Madrid, where there will be a dedicated day for the DPM refit, and SDMX topics may also pop up during the meeting. So feel free to join us. The event is free. You can actually register up until tomorrow, so I can later on provide you with some details, but it might be actually interesting for this community as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Definitely there's interest here, so I will contact you on that. And I think maybe, Daniel, we can give this a little bit more presence in the secretariat for the roadmap 23, so that our sponsors are also aware of this work stream, because I have heard actually some demands in the past, and if anyhow there's already work ongoing and we have some representation, we should also give this some visibility. Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question.
A very quick follow-up. I think that goes mainly to us as a working group, to the technical working group. So Juan, I think this is for Task Force 5, right? So we need to have a pointer there, so to make this connection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we are a little behind the schedule. Let's go to the next presentation. Leveraging SDMX in IMF's new data management system, iData. Yamil Vargas is going to present it. He's a data officer in the statistics department of the International Monetary Fund, and he's the deputy chair of SDMX Statistical Working Group. Please, Yamil.
Thank you, Juan, for the introduction. This presentation is co-authored with my colleague, Alan Bori from the Statistics Department of the IMF. He's a senior data management officer. And our presentation will cover how the new data management platform that is being developed in the IMF uses SDMX. The new data management platform that we are developing with the help of a private vendor is called iData. And the iData project seeks to replace the IMF's data management and dissemination platform. And it is a critical element of the broader vision for modernizing economic data management at the fund. And this has been articulated in the 2018 overarching strategy on data and statistics. And this platform, iData, leverages SDMX artifacts and other technologies such as Python and Power Automate, and integrates with analytics and visualization tools such as Jupyter Notebooks and Power BI. iData also extends some SDMX artifacts with additional attributes and groups, as I will show later in the presentation. The motivation of this presentation is to present to you, to the SDMX experts and the SDMX community, our lessons learned, and also from implementing this new data management platform based on SDMX, and also to encourage discussion among participants in the way we modify some of these SDMX artifacts to support our internal business processes. Here, I would like to show a quick view of the design of iData in the statistical business process model. The IMF has leveraged SDMX until now mainly for collection of data and dissemination. But with iData, SDMX will be used across the different phases of the statistical business process model, collection, processing, and dissemination. Here you can see in the left-hand side, we will continue collecting data in SDMX. As we currently do, we collect data using SDMX API from other international organizations. We also collect data from member countries using SDMX files. But now with iData, we are also in the processing part. As you can see in the operational box, we are doing all the processing and transformation and validation, keeping the SDMX format. In the current system, we have to do mappings to kind of switch from SDMX to our internal classification coding. And with this new approach, I think there will be some efficiency gains in the process. And then for the dissemination, we will keep the SDMX format all the way there, and we will disseminate the data via SDMX API. And also in the iData portal, the SDMX structure will be kept. The SDMX artifacts in iData are the usual suspects. We leverage on cross-domain, global, and local code lists, DSDs, and data flows. Users also have the option to create their own code lists and DSD depending on their needs. Then we also have data factory feature where all the transformation and validation are stored, and these validation and transformation pipelines are scripted in Python using Python, but they are built around SDMX artifacts. And in the analytics section is where users will have the option to create dashboards and reports using Power BI, and also analyze the data and visualize it using Jupyter notebooks. And again, everything will be around SDMX artifacts. Now I would like to show a few examples on where we have to extend SDMX artifacts in iData to accommodate to our internal business process needs. One example is in the code list. Now we have extended the code list to support additional attributes or concepts, mainly to help manage these attributes easier. As all of you, I'm pretty sure, are familiar, standard SDMX code list will have ID column, name, and a description column. But now we are extending the code list to add short name, full name, and other attributes that will make the management of the code list easier. Also, we extended the definition of code list to allow for attachments of group definitions to codes. Many code lists with group definitions usually place them in description, but these have some downsides, especially for the maintenance of adding and removing members from the group, and placing the grouping in the description column, as it is the case some global code lists, is not easily machine readable, as other information are also stored in this field. So we have created this option to include attachments, and here in this example you can see in the CL area we can create the groups, all countries, advanced countries, emerging, etc. Another thing that we have to extend to accommodate to our business needs, it was the SDMX API. So iData, of course, is leveraging on the SDMX API, but we needed to put in place some enhancement to overcome current limitations of the SDMX API specification, such as the URL length constraint. And this is a very particular important issue for us, because we have received comment from users that especially when users want to query big data set like the balance of payment data set, they can run into errors, because if they want to query all of the series or most of the series of the data set, then the URL becomes very big and it gets an error. So what the team is doing is now we are supporting post query for data in addition to get. So this week is working so far in the testing phase. We're also supporting pagination for data queries. iData will support partial responses from the API and to query the data by bits. And there is also an ability to query artifacts with filter by annotations. iData will support querying artifacts using annotations. For example, if a data flow is marked as a vintage with an annotation, then users can list all data flows which are vintages. So this is also a solution that we needed to put in place, because We are dealing with, there is a specific data flow that deals with vintages. And we explore different options on how to deal with this particular issue. We look at if we can specify if data flow is a vintage using dimension, using attributes, or using annotations. So at the end, the conclusion was to use annotations and also to create specific data flows for each vintage. As concluding remarks and next steps, iData will replace, as I mentioned, the fund's current data management platform and dissemination solution in the coming years. And it will continue leveraging the use of SDMX and continue to look for solutions to improve current use of the standard. And we are open to receive feedback from you on the way the issues identified in this presentation were managed. As I explained, for the issue we were facing with the vintages, we kind of concluded that it was better to use annotations and create specific data flows for each vintage, but maybe there is a better solution. So we are open to receive feedback on that. And also, we are open to discuss bilaterally if our use case could be beneficial for other agencies. Happy to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yamil. Jonathan? And then Stratus.
Thank you for the presentation, Yemo. Yeah, big project, I imagine, inside the fund. Just a few questions around the sort of decisions that you made in adapting the standard so you meet your needs and why. And this probably is good to discuss it in this room because we have the XDMX TWG and SWG and understand why you had to make these adaptations. So, for example, why did you opt for additional attributes and not use annotations, especially as annotations are meant for this? And also why group definitions also, because we have hierarchical code lists for this purpose. And there was, I think, a mention of data by bits, querying data by bits. I didn't quite understand what that meant. So what can you explain a bit? And maybe something for also for our economic department. So that last point you made around use of annotations for vintages. I mean, it might be quite interesting for why you chose this and what your arguments are for that, especially for our economics department at the OECD, because I know they've worked closely with you and in the past also on Prognos and things like this. So it'll be interesting to know that. And maybe more, sorry, quite a few questions here, but maybe more technical and sort of business sort of case. What is this? Is it a custom development in-house? Is it sort of an adaptation of what Prognos was? How did you go about that decision, and is it open source, reusable, etc.?
Oh, thank you very much, Jonathan, for the question. First of all, I would like to check if Alan joined the meeting remotely, if he was able to do it. I think he will be better placed for the first 3 questions, but I can take the last. So until we hear from Alan. So the iData is an in-house development with a private vendor that is called EPAM. It's not Prognos anymore. Prognos was the developer of the current data management platform, but now this iData is developed by EPAM, and is an in-house development by using common tools. So the idea is that we are using basically Microsoft suites of tools. So everything is Azure, Power Automate, Power BI, and also using open source tools such as and languages such as Python, Jupyter Notebooks, etc. The question of is if iData will be open source. I need to check and get back to you on that one. I'm not entirely sure at the moment. I think
So Yumio, I am here if you're waiting for me to chime in.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I hope you can hear me well. So let me take those questions. So first, why did we decide to extend code lists using groups instead of using hierarchical code lists? Well, there were sort of two pieces around this. One is when we have these groups, so say we have, I don't know, the G7. For us, it's not only like a group for our calculations or for displaying data, we also attach data to it itself. So it is a term in our code list. And the reason that we extended the groups there is often, at least in our existing solution, in Prognos, many of these groups are calculated groups. So you may have something like, I don't know what's a good example. Let's just say you'll have a group for the North American countries, and then maybe you would have a group that is sort of non-North American countries, and you would sort of take you might have a list of the North American countries, and then you would sort of take the world and subtract out the other one. So we do these calculations so that our groups can sort of always stay up to date. And probably a better example would be, for example, oil exporters and sort of oil importers, that we populate one of them and then we calculate the sort of remaining one with as sort of the residual. So in our current system in Prognos, like you mentioned, we do that within the glossary construct. So our team was more comfortable or is used to managing these groups with the code lists. And also in our scripting language, when we're interacting with the DSD, it seemed easier to do these interactions, say looping over the terms of a group. It seemed easier to do it with them as part of the code list, so sort of reference from the DSD. But maybe maybe we should have taken a better look at the hierarchical code list. I don't think we looked too deeply into using that as a construct for groups. So if that's sort of a recommendation, we could certainly take that back and see if that might also meet our needs. And as to why we use the additional attributes and not annotations, this one is, I agree, you guys probably have, you guys certainly are able to support this, as you mentioned, with annotations. The reason that we did it here is largely a change management exercise. Again, our people are very used to Prognos, where for them, a glossary, which is the equivalent of a code list, they can add as many attributes as they want, and it was going to be more difficult to sort of place that elsewhere. Though maybe that is also something that we should look into. Maybe we can sort of hide the sort of SDMX technical detail behind the UI and still sort of display those additional attributes next to it. So I'll sort of make note of that, and that's a good suggestion for us to look into that. So was that all the questions for me, Emil, or was there one more?
There's one more on the pagination, like querying the data by bits, I think. Yes.
Yeah, so the reason that we needed this, I believe Emil mentioned that this SDMX API is also going to be feeding our new portal for sort of data, our new data portal at imf.org. And on this portal, we have sort of, I guess, your typical thing. If you are querying a data set, you do filters against all the dimensions, and you query it. We do lazy load, so maybe you load the first 100, you scroll down, then it sort of continues to load the next 100, and so on. So to support that, our developers sort of wanted to have this ability to paginate sort of the data response. so that, you know, when they're lazy loading, they can just then, you know, take page two of the response. So that was the use case behind it, was to support the portal, and they weren't aware, and I'm also not aware of sort of how SDMX would support that sort of within the standards.
Okay, thank you. Stratos?
Thank you. I think I will continue exactly on the last point on the pagination. So in case you don't know, it's because SDMX hasn't worked on the pagination yet. And I think we would be glad to get your feedback on that, because it's something that the working group has as an item to use the pagination. And I think that it would be interesting to know if you have used, for example, the pagination features of HTTP, or if you've gone with a specific parameters at the URL level and so on. So I think that would be really interesting to know, because there are quite a few issues there to solve, especially on how SDMX data are modeled. So this is one thing. Actually, is an invitation to join the TWG again. Second, I would like just to comment on the vintages, and I would like just to share our experience at the BIS, where we are also facing vintages, and we also want to, let's say, connect or stitch together vintages to create long series. And we have gone through this process of thinking what is the best option. So it would be attributes, annotations, or even dimensions. And to be honest, initially, I personally was against using a dimension, but it looks like for us it worked better as a dimension. So we have a dimension declaring whether a specific series is a vintage or if it's the current and so on. So just our 2 cents from the BIS side. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Edgardo?
Yeah, thank you. I have also 2 follow-ups on the topic, but very short. One is, if you have measured the impact of these extensions to the standard, especially the one on the code list, because if you are adding elements instead of using annotation, that is the suggested way, I imagine that being the code list an element, an artifact that is so commonly used in all the artifacts, because it's a dependency for the DSD, how disruptive this is in terms of the standard, and how you think that you will be able to use or to interoperate with the standard SDMX in the future. And the second question has to do with pagination, because the topic has been in the list of the TWG for a while. We actually left it in the backlog for SDMX 3.0, but it's now have to be working. And one of the main issues we deal with is not the pagination, that can be resolved even with the HTTP range parameter, but the problem of the transposing of the data in the middle of the pagination, if the tool provides this feature to the user. Because when you change the dimensionality of the data, then the next chunk of data will come with a lot of holes and will not be easy to display. So I don't know if you have taken that into consideration, because this is the main issue we have to face now with pagination and how to solve this problem.
Right. Thank you, Edgardo, for those very good questions. I will pawn the questions to Alan.
So on the first, on the question about how disruptive this is to the standard, the way that we've implemented it in our system, basically we have our API sort of gives the typical SDMX response, which for a code list would be, you know, just the ID and the code. Group definitions are stripped out, so just a completely normal code list that's sort of available. And then we have what sort of our developers unfortunately termed SDMX Plus, that has this additional information that comes along with it. So when we're doing things like disseminating the data, you know, we would use the standard SDMX API, and that information would not be there. When we're doing things like feeding the portal, and on the portal, we want the ability to switch between, I don't know, short names or long names, or show the composition of the group, that the portal, so sort of our internal business would be using this sort of extended API. So it hasn't been disruptive also because, you know, as you mentioned, let's say DSDs and concept schemes and all those that sort of have dependencies, those are pure SDMX. So they're pointing at the pure code list, if you will. So on the question of pagination, I do not know off the top. I don't believe that we've looked into the sort of changing the dimensionality during sort of a session and sort of getting holes. I don't think that issue's come up. But I'm happy to sort of I'm happy to get back to you, and for your meal, I can get sort of a description of our implementation of pagination and sort of, you know, circulate it to the technical working group for your guys' sort of comment. We'd be happy to, you know, obviously if pagination comes into the standard, we would quickly switch over to sort of how you guys have implemented it. Yeah.
Okay. Daniel?
Hello, just two short comments on the code list one. I think we had this experience, I think 10 years ago. I don't know, Stratos might know better even than me, when Eurostat extended the standard, and we had Eurostat schemas and official schemas, and that was a hell and a nightmare. So I would strongly support you might not know yet in the POC phase, but you'll find out soon that the interoperability gets a nightmare, because you will not be able to share these additional attributes with anybody in the SDMX community unless they change the schema to your new schema. So it seems a use case that can be solved with annotations, and I think I would like just reflect to maybe recommend to look into it again in order to stay interoperable. It seems to be more a tooling issue on how people author code lists, but okay, I leave that to you. But just to say it's not been a problem yet, it might be a big one because we had it when I was in Eurostat in the past. But more importantly, on the second aspect on the hierarchical code lists, I think that's an extremely interesting topic that we also tried to solve a long time in the way of managing reference data. So defining, especially on the country code list CL area, to define standard groups. So to say what is Euro area, what is G7, what is European Union, these multiple hierarchies. I would see maybe a possibility to work together on that, and also in the context of the SWG, to have in the global registry some of this on the basis of the CL area code list, to have standard groupings also available as hierarchical code lists, and more an offer maybe to work together to try modeling these hierarchical code lists together, maybe in SWG context or bilaterally, and then within iData maybe to have a POC for you that we can see where would be the problems, because you have a very concrete use case, and we want also to fill this gap of modeling these multi-hierarchies, which might also be a better approach than, again, extending the code list to do it through hierarchical code lists. But if there are challenges, maybe we can solve them together, and you have the use case to play with it, let's say, in your development phase. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel. Last question from David.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for the very interesting presentations. So it's just a comment on the vintages. Now, I'm not going to like comment on the right or wrong way to do it, but what I'm hearing is that several of us have this use case now, you know, to implement vintages, and of course some of us have already done it, but we seem to be doing it in a different way, or when we want to do it, we don't know what the correct way is. So I think it could be good to have perhaps like a joint working group, like task force, looking at that, you know, a sprint or something, you know, to look at, you know, how to kind of model vintages, because the risk is that time is lost when implementers want to provide vintage information, or when users want to actually get this information out, then they do it in different ways, you know, according to the organization. So and then we have like silos, you know. So thanks. But Daniel, you looked as though you wanted to say something about that.
No, maybe Abdullah wants to, but we have a paper. We have written a paper between Eurostat and UNSD on coding vintages under the macroeconomic umbrella, which could be generically used. So if the SWG doesn't have it yet, maybe Abdullah, you can forward it, and we can kind of make it a guideline.
This kind of paper, I think, should be kind of generalized, you know, made multi-domain.
Yeah, it's published, but I think that for political reasons we couldn't put vintage in there, which is why the title is convoluted, and you have to figure out that actually this paper is talking about exactly that, the vintage support. And in short, yes, it does have a recommendation to support it through a dimension. And something else which I wanted to just to mention, because other speakers haven't raised it, but I don't know how long the data development has taken, but many of the features that you have implemented, such as extending the code list with short names and full names, there are now a controlled vocabulary of recommended annotations for that, which greatly improves interoperability. So I don't know if it's too late, but reusing those annotations, it would, would improve interoperability and improve visualization as well of your data sets and other tools. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for the recommendation. It's not too late. We have time to adjust.
Yeah, please do have a look at this controlled vocabulary of annotations developed by the Statistical Working Group. I think it's, I was recently looking at it myself, and we're going to discuss it at the SDMX SDG meeting tomorrow. I think it's a very useful one.
Will do. And we also welcome the recommendation by David to kind of get together and try to figure out how to deal with vintages. I think, yes, it's very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Yamil. Well, let's go to the last presentation of this part of the session. Is from the ISTAT SDMX-based solution for supporting the management and publication of ICAT AP catalogs. Well, Alessio Cardacino, who has been working on the web architectures of ISTAT, who has plenty made implementations of SDMX in the whole Italian statistical system, is going to present us this solution. So please, Alessio.
Thank you, Juan. I hope can you hear me. Good morning, everybody. The aim of this presentation is to describe the SDMX-based solution implemented by ISTAT inside the SDMX ISTAT toolkit for the creation, editing, publication, and visualization of a catalog of open datasets according to the data catalog application profile specifications. The data catalog application profile for data portal is a specification based on the DCAT catalog vocabulary and is used for describing public sector dataset and to enable cross-data portal search for dataset and make a public data sector better searchable across borders and sectors. This DCAT catalog has been put in use, particularly for government organization in Europe, and have been developed in the scope of the ISA program of the European Commission, a very big set of implementation guidelines based on the contribution of the implementers that cover all the aspects for the management of the information according to the standard inside the catalog. And as far as concerned data catalog application profile, have been defined more specialized profiles based on the DCAT AP for specific domains as the geo DCAT for geographical data, or stat DCAT for the statistical for describing statistical data set. And also at the national level, many nations have implemented their version of DCAT specification. Also, Italy has specialized the DCAT for creating its profile, that is DCAT IP. As far as concern the ISTAT based solution for the cat catalog is based on the idea to use the SDMX information model in order to describe the cat information. And specifically, the implementation that has been made inside the SDMX Meta and Data Manager tool is based on the fact that the cat catalog is defined as an SDMX metadata set based on a specific metadata structure definition defined by ISTAT that covers all the specification of the cat IP profile. And by this way have been defined specific types of reports that can be implemented, can be used in order to describe the information related to the work catalog and also to the specific catalog data set. As far as concern the tool, the SDMX Meta and Data Manager is an SDMX-based web application that is part of the SDMX ISTAT toolkit. That is an open source toolkit based on the SDMX standard that allows a statistical organization to facilitate the standardization and industrialization of statistical dissemination and reporting processes. This toolkit can cover various phases of the statistical process and particularly starting from the source data transformation through a desktop tool called Excel to CSV, and data modeling and data and metadata creation and management through the SDMX Meta and Data Manager, and data dissemination through data browser and the SDMX and CCAN API for data and metadata particularly related to open data catalogs, as the case that we are illustrating. As far as concern the main feature and function for metadata management, the MDM, the Meta and Data Manager, can allow us to model data for dissemination purposes, and also contains some utilities for structural metadata management facilitation. For instance, the possibility to compare, to derive, or to merge item schemes. Then there is a reference metadata editor, the data catalog editor, the nomenclature server, and also a graphical editor for layout annotation to be consumed by, for instance, the ISTAT data browser web application. In order to define the structural metadata for describing catalogs, has been defined a specific concept schema containing the dataset information items related to the cat profile. Have been defined a set of code list for coded concept, dataset team, licenses, languages, and has been defined a specific metadata structure definition, not by using the MDM because it doesn't support at present the possibility to edit MSD, but using an external tool, specifically the data structure wizard of Eurostat. And inside this metadata structure definition have been defined two types of reports, one for the description of the whole catalog and one for the description of the various data sets. And then has been defined a metadata flow for linking the metadata set to the reference structure, the metadata structure definition. In this slide, you can see the main information that is foreseen for the CAT dataset, the identifying information, title, time, and so on. Particularly important, the dataset distribution that give the information about the physical instance of the dataset that can be downloaded by the users, particularly CSV, zip, XML, RDF, all the possible formats, the information about the license and the modification. And then we can see some screens about the Meta Manager's DCAT AP editor. There is a screen related in the upper part to the management of the list of the catalog inside the Meta and Data Manager. On the left lower part, there is the description, the interface for describing the reports for the dataset. This interface can be parametrically configured according to the MSD that is used. So in the left part, you can find the set of attributes that have been defined by defining the metadata structure definition. And on the lower right part, you can see the list of the reports that we can have inside the catalog. There is one report for the data catalog, and then how many reports are needed for describing data sets. The main function of the DCAT AP editor is the metadata set creation according to the MSD that has been previously defined. The creation of the catalog information sheet, so substantially the report describing the general information for the catalog, the information for the various data set inside the specific sheet by defining specific report, the functionality to publish the catalog to a CCAN API in order to make interoperable the catalog, the possibility to access to the catalog by the users in machine-to-machine mode, and then specific utilities that facilitate the editing and the reuse of information as JSON import-export of the catalog, the SDMXML export of the reports, and the dataset report duplication. ISTAT has also developed an infrastructure for publish the DCAT catalog, and specifically has implemented a CCAN API. CCAN is the reference platform for creating and publishing open data website that allows to implement in native way the function that can be used in order to query and to manage the CAT IP dataset. As indicated here, it's possible to get the list of dataset, to get JSON representation of the dataset, search for information, and manage dataset. And ISTAT has implemented the main important method of that are allowed through a CCAN API inside one of the APIs of the Meta and Data Manager. And the main methods that can be used in order to query the information about ISTAT DCAT dataset are those that you can see in the lower left part of the screen, particularly the query for getting ordered list of dataset in a catalog, or the query for obtaining the details of the dataset in the catalog. And on the right part, you can see an example of response in JSON format. These obviously are RESTful queries that can be launched also by a browser. And furthermore, in order to facilitate the possibility to browse in interactive way the catalog, we have also developed an interface, a client, a small portal that can connect to the SICAN API in order to browse the DCAT catalogs. Substantially, this can be a client for any type of SICAN API that expose methods for querying DCAT catalog. And in this case, we can see that there is the main the home page, in which on the left part there is the list of the main themes of the DCAT that can be used for categorizing DCAT dataset, and on the right part it's possible by selecting the specific theme to see the list of the dataset with the introductory information. Clicking on the dataset, as we can see on the right part, there is the possibility to see the detail. This portal, that is a client-side development developed in React technology, can be customized in terms of layout, styles, and localized the text by customizing the templates that are on the base of it. That's all for this implementation. That is a part of the whole implementation of our SDMX Stat Toolkit. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Alessio. Any questions? Jonathan. Then Sid.
Thank you, Alessio, for the presentation. DCAT, I think, is probably quite interesting to a lot of people here. A question, just how do you avoid duplication between implemented metadata sets and, for example, like data flow descriptions and referential metadata attributes attached to a DSD? Wasn't quite clear how you may avoid that situation.
Yes, substantially, in this case, we have implemented a mechanism in which it's possible also to use reference metadata that can be connected to a data flow, and in the same time also to define a specific report for the data catalog application profile, specifically because we have the possibility to indicate the identifier for specific instance of the metadata set that allows to avoid specific duplication. In terms of the whole metadata set, we have to consider that for DCAT, the system has the possibility to recognize the metadata structure definition as the reference MSD that can be used for DCAT. For DCAT catalog, it's not possible to use any other MSD than that has been registered inside the system as metadata structure definition for DCAT. But obviously, it's possible to select a specific MSD for the definition of all the other types of reports inside the repository.
Thank you. Sid?
Alessio, Sid here from the World Bank. This is really good. Like, I think what you're trying to do is to take the data flow and then add additional metadata to it, like the license type, when it was last updated, and those kind of things which are useful for a person consuming your data, and it really enriches the metadata about the data set. And the advantage, I think, of using DCAT is if you have non-SDMX data sets, then you have one common data catalog in which you can list your time series and non-time series or non-SDMX compliant data sets in one single master data catalog, and then point them to the actual data. But one question is that in that case, like if somebody has got an SDMX only data set, then the initial query for getting the list of data sets, I believe, will be a DCAT query and not an SDMX query. Is my understanding right?
Yeah, it's correct. Yes, this is a DCAT query. The method that are used in order to query metadata set, reference metadata, and DCAT catalog reports or the catalog information are different, are not the same types of queries.
Thanks. But yeah, it does help you to bring a lot of useful information about the data set itself. So that's a good move. And I think it's one of the steps where we are trying to integrate SDMX with other standards.
Yeah, in fact, just to respond to this last sentence, the interesting point for us has been the possibility to reuse a standard in order to define another standard substantially. And using by this way all the tools, all the libraries, all the available how to say software and information and meta information in order to have the possibility to describe information in another open standard, because we don't have to forget that the importance is related to the fact that by this way it's possible to facilitate the availability of open data in interoperable way and in the possibility to federate catalogs.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question? If not, let's take a short break. We will return at 11:15, please. Thank you.
We ask all the attendants and the participants to get in the room, please. We are about to start. We ask all the participants to please take your seat. We're about to start.
Okay. Welcome again to the interoperability session. So we'll just continue talking about the same topic, but maybe from a different perspective. We'll try to go a little bit inside the standard itself, and we will try to tackle the question or the aspect of the SDMX compliant tools interoperability. It will be the last discussion panel of this SDMX expert meeting before the wrap up of this afternoon. So maybe it will be on a great occasion to answer maybe a list of questions that has been already raised during this meeting regarding the interoperability of the SDMX compliant tools. So let me welcome my panel here, Stratos, Pedro, Glenn, and Edgardo. And before starting this discussion, let's have a short presentation about the result of the assessment that has been conducted this year by the STA working group. So the STA working group, or the SDMX Tools Assessment Working Group, has been or have been mandated by the Statistical Information System Collaboration Community Management Level Group to assess existing tools for SDMX artifact editing and maintenance. The group has a representative of different organizations. Such as OECD, ILO, ISTAT, MBB, INS, Static, UNICEF, BFS, STAT, New Zealand, with a special contribution from BIS and ISTAT. The main goal of the group was about, just let me try to handle the, sorry. Okay. So the main goals of the working group was about assessing the availability of related feature in the different existing shorted list tools, and to propose ways in which the interoperability between the .stat suite mainly and each of these tools could be improved. And by collecting different use cases from the participating or the represented organization, some requirement of the assessment was already aiming to identify the feature gap against each organization use case for a potential inclusion in the .stat suite core and the DLM development plans by assessing how well the tools meet the defined functional and non-functional criteria, and by collecting current issues in terms of tools users. Maybe let's clarify a bit why this short list of tools has been included in the assessment. So several criteria has been adopted to select, or let's say to filter the number of the tools that has been proposed for the assessment, such as the SDMX compliance. So one of the criteria was what part of the SDMX standard is being supported by the tool, and also the openness of the tool itself, is how the tool licensed, and does it align to the core principle of the SDMX community or not. The popularity of the tool itself, how many members of the SISCC community was already using the tool, the maintenance of the tool, and what is the frequency of the tool's release, and is the tool well maintained or not. The last criteria was the interoperability, and how can the tool be used as one or more functional component of the statistical business process of the different use cases of the represented organization, of course, and how well does it interoperate with the .stat suite, or with the other, or is there any other plans to provide greater interoperability with the other assessed SDMX tools? So after, let's say, using this criteria, the following tools has been listed for the assessment. The tool was mainly the DSD constructor and the SMART from ILO, .stat, DLM, Excel add-in, and SDMX matrix generator from SISCC, metadata and data management MDM and Excel to CSV from ISTAT, Fusion metadata registry from BIS, and the SDMX converter from Eurostat. So, as the assessment is focusing on the main task that should be performed in different phases of the statistical business process, with the aim to obtain SDMX artifact and, of course, the related data ready for dissemination and reporting, the following schema summarizes these different tasks according to the 3 phases that has been analyzed during the functional mapping. Through this scheme, the classification of the assessed SDMX compliant tools is done according to the features available for each task. So the main conclusions for each phase are as the following. For the first phase, which is of the data modeling, we can say that this phase remains, for the moment, often highly intellectual and manual, requiring time-intensive human analysis and editing, and the related tools rarely offer features for the automation of this phase. For the SDMX artifact edition and maintenance phase, with a few exceptions, of course, each of the assessed tools allow editing and maintaining all the main SDMX artifact type. For the data edition and transformation phase, the assess SDMX compliant tools can well accomplish this phase. Some tools are complementary to each other, for example, the Excel to CSV and the MDM, or the .stat DLM Excel add-in, which is currently focusing on data retrieval and editing with the .stat DLM and core models. Other tools are also fulfill rather specific tasks like Excel to CSV and SDMX converter. This leads us to confirm that a multitude of options are available for users to perform the multiple tasks necessary for modeling, editing, and maintaining SDMX artifact. The main tasks necessary for the accomplishment of this process are achievable by several tools. And depending on the use cases, it may still be necessary to use several SDMX compliant tools simultaneously to be able to edit and maintain SDMX metadata structure. In this case, there are challenges in the need to integrate more than one tool into a single system in order to cover the entire process. This already raised a number of questions about the automation of the task throughout the process when using several tools at the same time. To this end, the interoperability criteria, especially in terms of SDMX compliance, became an essential element when combining several tools in a single architecture. The level of automation offered by this interoperability during the coexistence of several tools supposed to be complementary into one single process is fundamental condition for the choice of one SDMX compliant tool over another into one organization. So, during the assessment, the interoperability has been examined from two main aspects. The first one was about structure extraction and submission from and to SDMX REST web service. As shown in this matrix, we noticed that most tools included in this assessment offer structure extractions from SDMX REST web service, and all of these tools allow configuring those services. The tool user or admin can add any SDMX REST compliant web service to the installation with a condition of SDMX version compatibility, of course. Some tools allow submitting SDMX artifact to SDMX REST web service and thus to .stat core. The second aspect was about data extraction and submission from and to an SDMX REST web services. According to the matrix, only a subset of assessed tools can exchange data. Several tools are able to read data from external SDMX REST web services, but if configured accordingly. In the application, the extraction of data from .stat core into the majority of the tools was not possible. For the transformation apps, such as Excel to CSV and SDMX converter, data import is only possible from local sources. After the data mapping and transformation, also data output can be stored locally. It should be also noted that one of the assessed tools, except the .stat DLM, none of the assessed tools except the .stat DLM Excel add-in allows the direct addition of data within its graphical user interface. For the other tools, any modification of the data is conditioned by the completion of the whole process of extracting into the concerned tools, transforming or editing, and subsequently resubmitting the data to the .stat core. Here, the interoperability for tools acting as an SDMX REST web service has been also considered. So for some SDMX data management tools, such as MDM or the Fusion registry, it includes their own SDMX REST web service, which can be called directly from the .stat core transfer service to submit complete or partial data to .stat core, or from the .stat DLM to list SDMX artifact or to submit SDMX artifact, or the related complete or partial data to .stat core. But it should be noted that due to currently compatible authentication approaches, it's not possible to use the .stat DLM to submit SDMX artifact toward other SDMX data management tools, such as MDM or Fusion metadata registry. Instead, sorry. Normal case for me. So everyone I'm about to present, so the call just fall in love with me. So Instead, the mechanism described in the structure extraction and submission from and to SDMX REST web service, such as the .stat score section, would need to be used always to ensure this submission. Okay, so based on this result and how important is to take the interoperability criterion into consideration during the decision process when trying to integrate several SDMX tools into one single system, the following elements has been identified as the main challenges for interoperability. The first one is about the SDMX standard compliance, versioning, and upgrade. So knowing that .stat suite platform, as well as other SDMX compliant tools, including some assessed here, using the NSI web service, SDMX web service developed and maintained by Eurostat. So aware that this maximizes already the interoperability between those tools for the exchange of SDMX artifact and data, however, diverging, not updated NSI web service version could degrade the interoperability. So it would be taken in consideration during the decision. The tool governance, since the cohabitation of different SDMX compliant tools in one environment could be challenging for some users regarding the differences of technical requirement necessary to be deployed of each tool. So any differences in the technical requirement that should be adopted for each tool that has to be integrated in one environment or in one single architecture can be convenient for several institutions with also limited technical capacities. The tool source. Several users can find themselves obliged to adopt a whole toolkit to ensure interoperability and harmonization between the integrated tools into their system, as the tools are coming from one provider. Therefore, for the work sequence imposed by these tools can sometimes be restrictive for the integration of other SDMX compliant tools in the same system if needed. We know here that several tool providers provide, let's say, some toolkits that can cover not the whole process, because there is no tool provider that provides, for example, the ability to cover the process from the data analysis for data modeling until the data dissemination. But sometimes, for example, if you want to adopt or if you want to have an harmonized architecture, you find, for example, yourself obliged to adopt one tool for the data editing and the data and the structure transformation from the same tool provider in a way to ensure the interoperability between the different tools you are about to integrate into your system. The other challenge is about the documentation, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So for the time being, there is no official SDMX document that provides an exhaustive information about the interoperability and integration needs between the SDMX compliant tools, even for, let's say, the tools provided by one provider. So for many providers, the question of interoperability and integration needs of their tools with other SDMX compliant tools is not even mentioned in the documentation. Sometimes it's not also included in the changelog. For many users, this can create a dependency on particular tools and on the and one tool provider. And the last challenge, which is the most important one, is the access management. In fact, this aspect is crucial when talking about the interoperability. If the tools are incompatible in terms of authentication and authorization, then all the previous SDMX compliancy criteria became useless. Unfortunately, this seems one of the biggest current issues with the available tools. The recommended authentication approach by the SDMX REST standard, which is basic authentication over HTTPS, is not sufficiently secure and led to several diverging implementations that provide better security. As a result, tools can often only interoperate using non-authenticated application public access mode, which significantly reduce the usability of the tools, and even more when data are concerned. So, based on these findings, and mainly the different challenges encountered during the integration of more than one SDMX compliant tools in one single process, we came here by a draft of an initial checklist that can be used during any decisional process to integrate two or more SDMX compliant tools into one single process, enable to ensure the interoperability or to enhance the interoperability between the SDMX compliant tool. The first element in this proposed checklist is the ability of the tool to exchange structure and or data with SDMX REST web service. And not only, but to integrate the last or the adapted SDMX web service version that enable data and structure exchange with the other SDMX compliant tools. The second criteria is the availability of a documentation explaining the tool governance in heterogeneous technical environment. And for a better use, it's suggested that this documentation include any update that can impact the tool capacity in terms of integration and communication with other tools in the same environment. The third criteria is the tool componentization as one of the most important elements that can allow a partial integration of one SDMX compliant tool into, let's say, an SDMX architecture. And the last criteria is the proposition of adapted standardization, authentication access mechanism, without going a lot into any technical details with this let's say higher and first draft checklist, because the first proposition was about to propose a public authentication access mechanism, but it seems that in the time being is not that possible. So maybe the word standardized can be the most appropriate. So this list was proposed based on the main findings of this assessment of the STA working group, and let's say a potential update can be included based on the contribution of the SDMX community members. And the proposition is for these guidelines is to go from a first draft that has been already produced by the SDMX Tools Assessment Working Group with, let's say, a first version that can come out from the expert meeting conclusion and to be submitted to the SDMX technical working group, let's say the interoperability task group that can take the lead on this if this is enough relevant for the SDMX community, of course. Thank you very much for following the presentation. And maybe before I start collecting feedback from our panelists and from our public, maybe we can go with a quick question on Mentimeter. So please, to access the survey, use the code on the whiteboard. The code is already on the whiteboard, but I think that we have already submitted on the chat, and it will be figuring on the. Okay, just a quick survey among our public. The first question is just to identify the profiles here. Are you a tool provider or a tool user? And I know that many of you can already wearing both hats. Okay, so I think that it's an expected result, to have a number of tool user bigger than the tool provider. Okay. Okay, maybe let's switch to the second question. Based on the different challenges that had been already identified or presented during the presentation, did you ever encounter it, whatever your profile is, you're a tool provider or you're a tool user, did you ever encounter it, one of the mentioned challenges to integrate two or more SDMX compliant tools. I was expecting that access management will be the higher one, but it looks like the documentation also is one of the most important challenges. Okay. I think that it's good to find that the different challenges that has been already identified by the SASCC member are already common challenges within the SDMX community, especially for the tool user. Okay, so let me just collect a quick feedback from my panel, my panelists before just start hearing from our participants. And I think that each of our panelists today can let's say play the role of tool user or a tool provider. So I will give you the freedom to express yourself according to the profile you want really to present. So based on this presentation, let's start talking about the challenges before going to the checklist. If you are a tool provider or if you are a tool user, how relevant are these challenges for you in terms of tools integration in the different use cases you are encountering, or in the different use cases you are implementing or you are trying to work on? As a tool user, what are the most important elements that need to be or that are mandatory for you to take a decision about adopting one tool? And as a tool provider, what are the most important criteria that can be, let's say, convenient for you in terms of your product release? So who wants to start? Stratos, go ahead.
Thank you. I will play the user in this panel. So yes, I think that some criteria when you see it from the user point of view for adopting tools is mainly to cover your business case. And in this specific presentation, I think this was also spelled out that what I would expect is to be able to have tools that go across all my data and metadata lifecycle. So, but first of all, when you are an end user, I think that the UI is the first thing that you encounter, which is maybe not necessarily an interoperability issue, but still it's interoperability in the sense of how you perceive your artifacts versus your business. So I think this is one thing. And unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because probably this is one of the toughest thing, and it's in the margins of SDMX is the authentication, I think. So yeah, this we have seen firsthand being users, and yeah, also in my other hat. But yeah, that is for now. Thank you.
Stratos.
Yeah, so from the point of view of a tool user, I mean, the SDMX sort of tools ecosystem, like many sort of open source ecosystems, has a whole range of really great tools out there. But often they're quite hard and quite technical to integrate. And certainly in other ecosystems, there's quite a lot of possibly third-party actors who come and sort of build solutions, integrate those tools, and sort of present them as integrated use cases. Whereas here, certainly to date, there has been a lot of tools, but they're presented as individual items. So more information, and possibly this is in the documentation space as well. This is about, for this use case, you can use these tools integrated in this particular way. Maybe here's some configuration information, particularly where the tools are perhaps using different technologies. We have a split, a very crude split perhaps between sort of Microsoft and .NET or Java and other technologies, and often people will be comfortable in one of those and not the other. So some sort of pre-work documentation that may say for a data collection use case, this tool's really great, this tool's really great, this tool's really great. Configure them like this, set it up like that. Maybe sort of like a reference configuration. I think that would be really helpful. And maybe that is a documentation issue more than anything else.
Yeah. Well, of course, that I have to second what both Stratos and Glenn have said. The authorization is an issue because, as Stratos said, it's not part of the standard, but it's necessary, of course. And because it's not part of the standard, it's outside the interoperability framework. So, but it's an issue. The second point is documentation. Unfortunately, this is always the how to say the last issue that developers attend, and it should not. We know that it should not, but we continue to do that for years, and we will continue to do that. And that's it's an issue that we suffer now in the community because there are no extensive documentation for most of the tools. What I would tend to disagree a bit is on the access to source code. I think I'm not against open source. I'm not against about sharing the source code. I think that this is good and is something that we have to promote. But I think that this has nothing to do with interoperability. And on the contrary, interoperability allows us to use tools without having to integrate the tool at the code level. So I think that it is important to have open source tools and to share code. Yes. It is mandatory to have interoperability? In my opinion, no. What is necessary is to be compliant with the standard at the interface level. That is what SDMX is here to resolve.
Do you find, for example, in this way that the final tool user will be obliged, let's say, to adapt the tool as it is? Because sharing the source will allow the user to adapt the tool to their own needs. We have seen already some different use cases where we were playing on different functionality that are available in one tool, and we are able to integrate or to build use cases, different use cases. But if you are not sharing the source of the code, this, let's say, can limit the user in a level of use and not the total integration of the tool in their system.
I don't want to polemize, but this limits the reusability, but not the interoperability. These are two different aspects.
Yeah, so actually for me, one of the most complicated parts on the implementation side is that, I have a role of developer, and the most complicated part is the releases and how they can deploy, how to start integrating this within their organization and how to connect it to existing services. But for me, the idea where my approach is that in the other side, there will be a team, technical team, which will already know the development process, how to use versioning and so on. But the reality is that the people adopting the tool is the users, and they are in charge of doing the whole process. That's how I see it. Because of that, it's really, we cannot use the standard from the developer perspective, for example, versioning, for the users to know, okay, if there's a new major version, I need to be aware that there will be issues with other things. That's an example. But because of that, their skills in the other side are not the ones to be installing the things. They should be users or modelers not developers.
Okay, maybe in the discussion, let's have a kind of feedback from our participants, public. Okay, so Jonathan, then Matt.
So I sort of partly agree with Edgardo there. I think, I mean, open source is a choice, and maybe it's having the source code available is more of a sort of substitute for interoperability, perhaps. So you need to understand the source code because you can't actually connect this thing, and you actually have to do some work to do it. So yeah, I think, I mean, picking up on what Pedro is saying as well, I mean, these points around documentation, versioning, understanding, I mean, for example, a lot of these tools are using the XDMX reference infrastructure, NSI, for example, or other XDMX APIs. So understanding like the version of these things, what they actually contain, is very helpful from a developer's point of view when you want to integrate this in your own tool set. So without that, you're lost. Do I plug it in and just hope for the best, or and what features are supported? I mean, we were talking earlier about the adaptations that IMF have made, for example, or there may be others that have made, and we had problems in a .slat suite. We've connected many APIs in there, and we've seen the differences between these different APIs that we're trying to bring in a hub feature, because the features just are not the same, or they're not supported in the same way or implemented. So I think, there's this sort of conformance to the standard. There's a standard there, and why are we not conforming to it? If there's an issue with that, then we need to take it up in this group here and adapt it according to the demand.
You have a reaction with the Jonathan comment? Okay, go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think that generally SDMX tools are remarkably interoperable, but Jonathan, there can be cases when they don't interoperate, not because of a problem with the tool, but because of a problem with the standard. Because some things may be ambiguous, not fully clear, spelled out in the standard, and then different tools make different assumptions. This can happen. Like literally, we had a really seemingly small but very difficult, in the end, discussion about the order of dimensions in the key, which you don't realize this is significant until your RESTful queries start breaking up after an upgrade of the update of the DSD. And I think that this is where maybe we would benefit from a structured process, because when you find that there is a problem with interoperability, it's not always as simple as the problem with either the tools or the standard. Sometimes it's both. But where you find the standard is there is an ambiguity in the standard, it probably should be raised and addressed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Matt, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've been developing SDMX software since 2007, and we started in a way where the structural metadata for us is critical. Of course, it underpins everything. And the philosophy we had in the code that we're writing was we shouldn't really need to care where these structures come from when we're writing our software. So if I say I need to get a code list, there's an interface that I can call to give me the code list with the various parameters. And if I need a data structure in Descendants, there's an interface I can call. And if that interface is fully implemented, then the software works very well. So if you take the FMR, for example, it's all encapsulated, it's got its own database and all of this. But if I want to take the FMR and completely detach the database and point it to somebody else's service, so this is like the FMR workbench, then I should very easily be able to do that, because the interface then becomes the REST API. And if the REST API is fully implemented, it works perfectly. But the problem I've had for many years is the REST API is never fully implemented. And therefore, you cannot guarantee the interface. And as soon as you can't guarantee the interface, nothing works, because then you have to make workarounds. You say, oh, actually, you can't get data structures in Descendants. You now have to break that up into different queries for this provider. And for this provider, you can't do this because they don't support it. So, or maybe the response changes, the error message package changes because they decided to implement it this way and they implemented it that way. So for me, the critical point of interoperability from where I sit is the REST API. And the only way you can guarantee people fully implement the REST API is if the API is kept simple. If the API becomes so complicated because it tries to satisfy every single use case, then you can't do the simple use cases. So for example, data, you would almost see this as critical for people to implement. If they say, we support SDMX and it's brilliant, look at our website, great. But what about people that want to get that data into their databases? So we built this product which can kind of harvest data APIs, but there's very, very few APIs. I can probably count them in one hand that actually support a query for like all data. Just give me all your data. No, that's too big a query. Okay, we want to now split the query up. How do we do that? With the API, there's ways you can do this in SDMX, but the API sometimes isn't implemented to the degree which even allows you to know how to split the query. And then you have to question, why are we discussing advanced use cases in REST web services if we're not even at the point where we can just say, can I have your data, please? And I think if we are going to start designing more complicated interfaces, we should, rather than consider extending the existing API, say for data, we should consider having this data API is strong enough to support the use cases it needs to support for people to get the data. And now there's a more complicated one over here that supports much more advanced use cases that you can implement if you want to, but at least give people a fighting chance to satisfy the simple use cases so that we can then fully interoperate between the tools.
Yeah. Well, I'm agree with you, Matt. And I think that, first of all, SDMX in its DNA has interoperability, that interoperability built on its information model, because it can help us to get first the technical interoperability, the structural interoperability, conceptual interoperability, as we agree on concepts using SDMX, semantic interoperability. So we can talk a lot about interoperability on different dimensions. And of course, we have interoperability between applications as we have the REST API, and we always have been having that. I think that the main thing that we are seeing now is that we are pushing SDMX beyond its origins. It was developed first to exchange information. Then we started using SDMX for dissemination. And of course, we have been working on complementing it to provide more tools for dissemination, but maybe as it was not considered in that way, we need to put it in the right environment and how will be conviving, will be working with other available tools that are already more developed for visualizing information, for disseminating information, and we need to see how much we want to push the standards to cover not this specific case of dissemination, but other new use cases that we are going to try to cover with the new SDMX 3.0. Going to microdata, going to georeferencing will bring us to new needs on interoperation. But let's not forget which is the origin of SDMX. If not, we are going to be loose in a sea of possibilities, and we will not concrete in anything. Thank you.
Yes, so I agree with Juan there fully. I mean, also just picking up on the point that Abdullah made earlier, I mean, we do, within the XDMX community, there are the mechanisms for this feedback. I mean, we have the TWG, the SWG and everything. So I'm just wondering why some of these use cases are getting missed. You know, is the mechanism or the process failing somewhere to feed this information back? And just from a sort of, I mean, we've also got to think about the users and the adopters here. So if these use cases are sort of edge cases, or are they real cases? Or are they just done to meet, you know, a sort of a group of users within our organization that we don't upset or things like this? You know, we have to be cautious about why we make these decisions, but also the feedback loop has to be strong. But I think, I mean, I believe there's is it that maybe you know this, Edgardo, a technical compatibility toolkit or something that's been developed by Eurostat that's supposed to test or check. Maybe you can explain a bit more on that because you're a TWG member or leader.
Yes, there is a test compatibility kit that has been developed by the TWG Task Force 6, with, of course, great participation of Eurostat and BIS, I would say, mainly. The TCK was almost ready when we have the idea of releasing SDMX 3.0, and then they had to adapt the different functions to also be 3.0 compatible. And what I guess we will see in 2-3 hours, we will have the definition, but I think that it's ready to be launched very soon. And yes, the TCK, the test compatibility kit, is an appliance that you can use to measure the compliance of any any API that is supposed to be an SDMX API, and the TCK will give a report on the level of compliance of the different functions of the API. I don't know, Stratos, you could elaborate.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, just to be fair, it has been mainly developed by Eurostat, but BIS has been playing the debugger, let's say, on the other side, because of course we had to find a way to test the test compatibility kit. So to assess that what is measured as correct or not correct is indeed like this. I mean, this indeed is a tool mainly for developers, not so much, I think, for maybe also for the end users in terms of understanding what is the capacity of each of the web services. So you can have a metrics about what is the coverage, how many of the artifacts are supported. The compatibility, which is, of course, if it indeed acts as the API specifies, like proper error messages and so on. But it's mainly for someone that would like to consume it, I think, at the developer level, mostly. We haven't launched that yet. We are hoping to get this soon available. It will be also open to anyone that would like to contribute, of course. Yeah, I think that's all for now. Let's hope that we get this soon up, and actually we would anticipate users to actually use it and give us more feedback, because this will also increase exactly what Abdullah was pointing out, the understanding of what we expect from the API. So when I query, for example, in the key in the specific order, this is what I should get and not something else. So this is exactly what we need to achieve we try to achieve by the TCK. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's good news, I think, also for the consumers mainly. I think, I mean, this should, you say it will be for the developer to use, but I think we should find a way to actually have this exposed and the tools that actually have been run through this on xdmx.org or somewhere, xdmx.io, I don't know. But just, I mean, it's not to say that, yeah, my tool's better than yours, but it really guides the users, because if we don't help the users with all these tools available, then they may end up getting into interoperability issues and later on, or, you know, and a real mess in their organization to try and support all these things.
I mean, just a quick feedback. I think that that's true. And I agree that it's not about who's the best. It's about what you have available. And that's the only idea of the TCK. Now, how this is going to be published in terms of having, let's say, a catalog of web services is yet to be discussed. And yeah, I think agreed upon the TWG.
Yes, I agree with everything that's been said. The interoperability largely lives or dies on the interfaces. From my understanding, effectively what we've got here is a systems engineering problem. Effectively what we're trying to do is build the equivalent of the International Space Station, where, you know, we've got different modules produced by different organizations, and the success of that is in the definition of the interfaces and the application of the interfaces. So, you know, we have probably what are strongly defined interfaces so far in terms of the REST API for data and metadata. The TCK is a really useful tool, obviously for checking those as such. So taking that to its natural conclusion, and obviously sort of implementing the interfaces that we have already in the specifications, and then obviously using the TCK in order to check against that, will go a huge way towards improving interoperability. The second point about that is that where are perhaps we missing interfaces so far, and obviously there are some interfaces that we have on the pipeline in the TWG in terms of standardized interfaces for data submission. I think that's still an outstanding item. It's not enshrined in the standards. But then picking up on Juan's point about sort of where we go with this, you know, it's easy to envisage that obviously within the life cycle that there are requirements for perhaps interfaces for doing data validation. It's possible to imagine data validation components. We have VTL. It would be very nice to be able to have a component within the tools ecosystem, which is a VTL validator, but there needs to be an interface for that. We haven't got that so far. So there is essentially a question about what does the list of interfaces look like that sit within the SDMX standard. What else should be developed, if any, and how far should we go with that? Because obviously people have to implement that. If we have too many, then all of a sudden that becomes a burden, and obviously having too many obviously creates complexity on behalf of the users as well. So the interfaces for me is key, and also covers things like the authentication as well, which is arguably part of the interface specification. To get the interfaces right, and the interoperability will come.
Additional comments?
The other point is, I think people feel like they're bound by the interface, right? So it's like, oh, the SDMX API doesn't have a parameter that we need, therefore we can't do it. If you're writing your own software, I mean, we do this with our software. We have use cases in our kind of data visualization that's not supported by SDMX, but we don't push that back on to complicate the API to support use cases we want to support. We extend it. So I think, you know, if the IMF is extending the interface, fine, you know, it doesn't break interoperability. You know, I can still, as long as they actually implement what SDMX specifies, then add as many more features as you choose. That's, you know, all more power to you, as far as I'm concerned. So I think we should try and strive to keep it simple, so that people can exchange data simply and get data simply. And then for like advanced data visualization use cases, do these really need to be part of the specification? Or is this just something you want to do on your own website? And I think these questions need to be kind of asked when designing the API.
Maybe I have an additional question here. Is the main question is it to keep it simple or to have a common understanding about it in a way that we know what we are expecting from this API, mainly what is the goal behind in terms of data exchange, and after that any additional thing can be treated differently.
Okay, I would say keep it as simple as you can keep it so that it can be implemented. For example, in the Java code, we have interfaces, of course, in Java, like programming interfaces. And when I'm designing systems, I think, well, I have a data query interface. Do I really want 5 methods on this interface, or can I get away with 1? And actually, the other 4 methods might be different interfaces. That way, when someone wants to implement this to like maybe connect to a database, they don't have to implement all 5 ways of doing something. They just implement the one way. So I would say, let's look at the data query interface with SDMX. What's the real use case here? Is it to allow people to retrieve all of your data as well as some subsets sliced by a dimension? Or is it to satisfy the use case of building a website? And I would argue it's the former, because if we can't, just get information from providers very easily, then we've fallen at the first hurdle. People want to just get data, pull it into their systems, maybe manipulate it, and do things like this. Yes, people want to build websites, but for me, this is 2 different use cases. And I would question, A, does the website use case need to be part of the specification? And B, if there's a lot of demand for this, should it really be on the same API? Or should it be kind of like two API? I mean, we have a number of interfaces in SDMX. We have the structure, we have the data, we have the schema, we have the data availability. So you don't need to implement all, like FMR can just implement the structure API, that's fine. But at least it's fully implemented, not, oh, we implemented the structure API, but only 30%. Because then as someone writing software, you have no guarantee that what you want to do is going to work. And what that means is now you need to know which client you're talking to in order to know what it is you can achieve. And then you kind of break the generic nature of software. So I would say keep it as simple as you can to satisfy the use cases that you have.
Pedro?
So yeah, I fully agree on that. I think, I support your idea because one of the biggest also challenges that I face is that because of being so generic, or we're trying to achieve all this functionality within the same API, we do it so generic that it's so hard to optimize for specific needs. So for example, if it's for a website where you have a large number of users accessing a small subset of data, there's one way to optimize for that. Whereas if you want to download the whole dataset content, but that's once every month, it's not the same use case, but we're doing it through the same path. And that's one of the challenges that we face. It's so generic what we're trying to do, but yet we want to be optimal for all the use cases, and it's difficult.
Just thinking about that issue, maybe what we should have is a query to retrieve what is the level of implementation of the API. The API in SDMX are version, or we can also somehow identify the different functionalities so that a system can interrogate the counterpart, what is the level of implementation, so that you don't query those functions that are not implemented.
I would say that is a solution to a problem that shouldn't exist, but yeah, it's a problem that does exist. So being able to at least ask which bit you implement is useful. But what's more useful is people to say, I have a structure repository and we implement the structure API. I have a data repository and we implement the data API. Because as soon as you put the problem back onto the client then needs to write all of the software around the problem. So they then say, okay, they don't support this. So in my software, I need to write some algorithms to do it another way. But what if they don't support that as well? Then there's more algorithms, and then you explode. You're putting the problem onto the client. And I think if the tools provider implements the interface, and if the interface is implementable as well. I mean, for us, like the data query, we don't fully implement like the new features in SDMX3 because they're quite complicated, you know, like some of the new functions. But let's not make it more complicated.
I remember that during the assessment process and just in the first phases, we were having kind of confusion. Is that the assessment would be based on what we call an SDMX process or a statistical business process. And there we find that come out that we don't have, let's say, a concrete definition of an SDMX process. Based on that, let's say we try to adopt or to adjust the assessment based on the statistical business process. And coming to this discussion, we discovered that when trying to project the SDMX process, or if there is an SDMX process, it can be limited comparing to the statistical process in a way that your user can be expecting things that cannot be taken in consideration into your statistical or into your SDMX process. So should we here, for example, go back and have a common definition about what is the goal of the SDMX and what the SDMX should cover exactly in a way to adjust after that all the components we are having into the standard based on this definition, and then everything else that should not be included can be treated differently, or it should not be mainly integrated or taken in consideration during the development. So in a way that we are not obliged to take several use cases that are out of the SDMX use case in consideration during the development or during the enhancement of the REST API and other SDMX components.
No, just for me, it sounds really similar. What you two are saying is that the level of compliance with an API is not achievable. Why not breaking it up in different levels?
Yeah, precisely. And I agree. You know, we have to know what the scope is of what we're trying to solve. And if what we're trying to solve, you know, is 2 or 3 different things, and maybe it's 2 or 3 different interfaces. And yeah.
Okay. Any additional comments? Okay. So here, I think that we are coming with more questions than agreement about points. So maybe we already agreed, or let's say discussed 2 points from the proposed guidelines as very important. And I think that we have heard already the point of view of the panelists as a tool user, but I think that your impact as a tool provider is most important, as you are the one releasing already the tools. So maybe your point of view as a tool provider is important. Can you share it with us, please? Edgar, you were talking about documentation, and you've said that maybe we are a bit far from really releasing a complete documentation.
Yeah, it's a matter of resources. It's strictly a problem of resource. We have limited resource, and we prioritize support or improvements to the tool on top of documentation. We do what we can, and happy to receive some help in this regard from the community to document our tools.
Yeah, maybe it's not about documenting the tools itself, but maybe documenting the integration of different use cases and share this among the community.
Okay, Jonathan, help me.
Sorry, I don't know if I can help you with documentation. That's on you. Sorry, Gardo. But I mean, just I'll refer to the .stat suite. So I agree. I mean, the OECD.stat v7, which Anastasia mentioned in her slides about where we're migrating from. I mean, there was
no documentation. I mean, it was very hard to understand what's going on. But then you've got to ask yourself, well, if there's no documentation from a user's perspective, but what about the internal perspective as well? I mean, the maintainability and also the sort of risk of someone leaving and then not understanding what they wrote in this code is also a risk. So are they documenting the code inside? The things like this. It's not just documentation for the user. It's actually inside the application and the code and making sure that this is done in the right way. So we put in quite with .stat Suite, we took a view that we should do this from the off. So we tried very hard. I mean, we didn't get it right at the beginning, but we went open source and we had to be very mindful of that fact. And we put in a process in place. So it's part of the development process with the developers to actually update and write the documentation as part of their ticket, to deliver a particular feature. And again, with the functionality, every functionality that's out there gets a documentation and it's associated to the ticket. Part of the sort of merge process and the workflow that we do within our DevSecOps environment for delivery of our code and our application. So you have to make it embedded in the process, and you have to really, the value of that is if you're sharing your tools out there as open and anyone can take it, you have to basically give them the information to be able to use them right. Otherwise, you're going to get a lot of support questions and things like this. So all these mechanisms are really, the value there, it outweighs the fact of not doing it.
Thank you, Jonathan. Just Daniel is asking for a comment and go back to you.
Thank you. I wanted to come back, Fadila, to your kind of sentence to say not so much based on documentation of the tool, but based on use cases. One idea in that area would be that we have, and I don't know if we have it already rudimentary, but to have a kind of capability matrix of what types of things would a user do with SDMX. So for instance, I want to create a DSD. I want to get data from an SDMX service data provider, to have some kind of partial use cases and say which tools support that. So creating a DSD, yes, you can use Fusion, you can use the ILO DSD, I've forgotten what it's called, but the ILO tool that was, so to say there are several tools that can implement that. And then when you have a complete use case, you build them based on these SNP capabilities, right? So you say, I want to exchange data with Edgardo, so we need a DSD, we need a data endpoint, we need maybe a pull service if we want to do it in pull. And then I could see which mix of tools do I need. And that would be from the user perspective then, and not from the technical perspective. The requirement is still that from the technical perspective, we accept that the SDMX kind of REST API is the abstraction layer between the tools and that it works, including all the problems that Matt mentioned before. But I would say to have this user approach through a capability matrix and matching the tools could be one way to have building blocks for use cases available, what tools you might need for covering specific use cases.
Yeah, thank you, Danny, for the proposition. I think that during this assessment, we already start this functional mapping, let's say, on several tools, and this work can be extended to include other SDMX tools. Glenn?
So paucity of documentation, I think is a key issue as such, and I think just second what Edgardo says, it's largely a matter of resources, and resources are necessarily prioritized on development and support of the software. But I think the issue is also one of communication as well. Even if you look at very mainstream, very well funded products from commercial vendors like Microsoft, the documentation isn't great. It really isn't great. But of course, that gap is filled by communication and collaboration within the community. It's collaboration within on Stack Overflow about I'm trying to do this with Power BI. How do I do it? So that gap in documentation, I think we shouldn't beat ourselves up too much about the documentation isn't entirely sufficient for someone to take the product and solve their use case, but really to encourage this cross-fertilization, because I mean it's almost certain that other people within the community will have come across those problems and will have solved those problems. So to that extent, obviously the user forum is great, because that obviously starts that provides that channel for communication and cross collaboration. So yes, trying to maybe focus a little bit more on documentation. It's expensive, time consuming, so maybe trying to cross-fertilize those conversations and sort of fill that gap, as is done on many products through the user forum and other channels, is probably the way to go.
Yeah, just a small comment regarding something that Daniel said. I agree on having this functional matrix, but I think that we should try to, as a developer, as a tool developer, to forget about exposing SDMX and start thinking of business functions more than SDMX artifacts. And this is something that in the SDMX constructor we are now trying to do with a new function that is called the table modeler, where we are inviting the user to drag and drop concepts in a table layout and let the tool generate the SDMX artifacts behind the scenes. And we still have it in the middle of artifacts editor. So it's not very, SDMX is not hidden at all. But I think that we should try to start building tools that are intuitive and that reflect the business functions rather than the SDMX components, and let the SDMX do the magic behind the scene.
Yeah, to follow up on Glenn's point, I think one of the issues is that you work on the standard, you cannot manage the complexity of documentation by yourself, because whether you work with SDMX converter, .stat, Fusion, or anything else, if you're a newbie, then 2 steps down the road, you realize that you need documentation not on the tool, but on SDMX. Right? The tool may be perfectly fine, may be documented as, you know, as great as ever possible. But then you're referred back to the standard, and for the standard, I really don't think that the documentation is friendly to newbies. Which is why I think that SDMX is still perceived to be very complex, whereas I used to perceive it as very complex. Now that's no longer the case. I perceive it as actually very simple and straightforward for people who understand the basics of data management. Yes, you do understand to need the very basics of data. If you understand that, it really shouldn't be a big deal to start on SDMX, but it is perceived much more complex than it really is. So I think that one of the priorities should be to finally get something done about the documentation of SDMX, and something that will really, you know, reduce the barrier to entry. Thanks.
Just want to reflect on the resource related, and also thinking of the priorities. And I think the first thing as a developer, I want to hear from my clients directly. What is the most desired features? And I think in the community, I would really looking forward to maybe a public page that people can upvote a certain feature or something that they really require, and or maybe we can post a certain feature that, if, let's say, I want to develop a reference metadata management tool. So, and I post that, and I want to hear from the public whether people are really interested on that. And this is for the priority. And the other one I want to say is that I see a lot of tools can do all the features, but why do we have to reinvent the wheel? And why we want to have the tool developed by different providers? I'm sure there are different user cases, but we need to also try to collaborate between the agencies and try to say, okay, if one agency starts to develop a new feature, maybe then we need to think whether this is fit in my user case. If it's possible, maybe we should collaborate jointly and try to work towards on the same target. and not try to split and try to develop everything on their own. So this is something I feel like in terms of resource, we definitely need to in a collaborative approach. And I see a lot of good examples with collaborations with the community. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shutang. A quick comment on Shutang before giving the floor to Matt.
Yeah, just one quick, while Shutong was talking, and I was thinking that maybe this new user forum could be a place that, not only talking about the SDMX and data modelings, but there could be a section about tools.
Yes, it's very much foreseen. Definitely, there are already some questions posted about the tools, and they have been replied to. Yeah, and the way that's one of the reasons why we see the user forum is so important is because it's a knowledge repository. Ideally, you don't even have to ask the question. You can just search the forum and find an answer. I've used Stack Overflow for I don't know how long, 12 years. I don't even have an account. I never posted a question. My assumption is that if my question hasn't been answered, then there is no answer. Well, I don't think that we're going to get there with SDMX anytime soon, but yeah, the idea.
Can I just quickly jump in? And I think what you said, I fully subscribe. And it's a lot about coordination. And I think we are at a stage where we are mature enough with the SDMX standard, and we are now actually, there's a need to move to the tools, and we need to coordinate on the tooling side. And one option is obviously SDMX.io, the user forum. And I think the resource question will actually become more pressing in the future because the public finances are actually under pressure more and more. You all know that. So it might be still okay at the moment that each institution develops their own software. But I think when I look ahead in the next 5 to 10 years, I think we are going to have a real problem if we don't coordinate and do not try to avoid duplication.
Matt, you still have a comment? Because Matt was just waiting for a while.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Abdullah said actually about. I actually feel sorry for people coming into SDMX, right? Because it's like, where do you get the information from? And it's quite dry and technical. And I was lucky enough to kind of being trained, by people, by humans who could just tell me this is how it works. So I didn't really need to read too much. And I found that when we try and document, say, Fusion Registry, most of the time is actually just trying to describe what SDMX is, before you even get to the point of how you create a code list. It's like, what is a code list? And so, yeah, I fully second what Abdullah said. And it needs to be done in such a way that it's perceived to be easy, because actually the very core of SDMX is quite simple, like the DSD, the concepts and the code lists. But I think it's a challenge to document something to make it seem simple. That's the challenge. But I fully agree.
Thank you, Matt. Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. I'm glad Shuton said that. I mean, everything he said, I subscribe to. I think building on what we discussed yesterday in the capacity building session, I think this sort of touches on this subject as well here. I mean, about training and sort of providing that in the right way. And it's extension of documentation in a way. I mean, we've done this with .stat Academy. It's an extension of our documentation. It's not reinventing, but it's helping other users to sort of get informed about XDMX and also the tools that are around it. So I think, yeah, what Matt's saying, he was trained by a person. So, what we talked about yesterday and Wei Cheng was mentioning, we could set up these sort of we have experts. So why don't we set up these sort of groups that actually can coach and train people in a way? I mean, I know we don't have endless resources, but we have to be a bit smarter about it and find ways of actually tapping into the wealth of knowledge we have in the XDMX community.
Jonathan? Yamil?
Thank you.
I would like to go back to the point raised by Edgardo on the functional mapping versus the business mapping of the tools that are available for SDMX. And I agree with Edgardo that looking at the tools in the context of the business process, a statistical business process is relevant. And by last year, we did an exercise to kind of map the SDMX available tools to these phases. And we kind of identified that most of the tools available are, they can be used for different phases, but mainly are for dissemination, design, the design phase, the build phase, and the dissemination phase. And there is a gap in the processing phase of the business process for SDMX tools. But then now I go back to the point that Fadila raised, which is, should we go there? Like there should be also priorities, right? And maybe the strength of SDMX is not there. So maybe it's okay. But definitely looking at this from different angles is important. Thank you.
Edgardo?
Just to quickly respond to that point on the process part, the SDMX information model contains a process section, let's say, but actually it has not been implemented in the standard, but in VTL. So the process part of SDMX is somehow delegated to VTL, and there are implementations of VTL, but are not necessarily under the umbrella of the SDMX TWG now, because the implementation has been outside the community. But this is the process part of SDMX. So.
Yeah, so just respond to Yamil's point. I mean, how far should you actually go with SDMX? And obviously, the sort of gap in the data processing is sort of understood, I guess. But interestingly, the goal that seems to be emerging is use SDMX for the entire data lifecycle. I think even in Yamil's presentation earlier on the iData initiative in the IMF, the key point out of that is that it's SDMX end to end. So it feels like it's probably going to be difficult now for SDMX to sort of ignore parts of the data lifecycle unless there's general agreement about SDMX should be restricted to certain points. So now clearly the genesis of it was very much in the reporting and the exchange of information, but it seems to be a measure of the success of the standard that actually people are wanting to use it not just for those sort of end elements of the data processing, but actually sort of use it throughout the data lifecycle. So although the challenge of obviously sort of extending the standard to make it applicable to really strongly applicable to sort of elements like the data processing, the real sort of interior elements of the data lifecycle, then it feels like if that goal is something that everyone subscribes to, it probably needs to be on the roadmap.
Thank you, Glenn. Pedro?
Yeah, so I would like to go a bit back to the discussion, which is interoperability, especially on documentation. So I think it should be clear for everyone that documentation should have different targets. We have documentation on SDMX purely, documentation on the users of a certain tool, then the tool for technical documentation on about how to install, operate. And then there's the third point here, which is about interoperability, documentation about that. I think I don't agree with that. I believe that the only documentation that should be available for interoperability is a documentation on the API. As long as you respect versioning and the API, you don't need to know that if I do this change to my API, I'm going to affect another platform. It should be the other platform checking that, okay, there's a backward compatibility break, I should act on that.
Thank you, Pedro. Any additional comment? I think that we are already ahead of the time. So maybe we can go to a last question on Mentimeter before wrapping up and closing this session. Can we go just directly to the fourth question? Be the next one. Yeah. Okay. So just maybe before wrapping this session, we are really happy to have this extended discussion where let's say we come out with more questions, more than really clear conclusion. Me, at least, I'm having, we were going from the part of let's agree about what the SDMX should cover exactly. Then we talking about is the SDMX compliant tools, and we need just to stress that our called SDMX compliant tools should be SDMX compliant and expose the SDMX complexity, or should be presenting the statistical business system and should hide the SDMX complexity. So I think that the discussion can be further conducted and extended as we have other elements also to be covered. But the main idea is that maybe an agreement about the REST API format and target can be helpful for enhancing the interoperability. In a way, we were just discussing if this REST API should be more simple or simplified to be, let's say, able to cover the direct goal of the SDMX, and understanding what we are expecting exactly from this API. And the second point was tackling on the documentation, and there is, let's say, general agreement that this documentation is required, mandatory, and very important, but for the tool provider is time consuming and expensive. So maybe there is different approach to present this documentation, but there is also, let's say, a need to define what we need to advance exactly in this documentation and what should cover exactly. So maybe these are the main conclusion that I was able just to write down during the very rich discussion. I don't know if there is any final contribution. Okay, thank you very much for the participation, for your contribution during the discussion. I think that we will be leaving now for the lunch, and we will go back at 2 for the wrap up of this SDMX expert meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks to the participants who were part of session number 7. We invite you to enjoy the meal that will take place in the garden area. We remind you that the wrap-up session will start at 2, and we ask you to please be back at 1:55. Thank you, and bon appetit. We ask all the participants and the panelists to come in the room. We are about to start. Thank you. Now we begin with the wrap-up session organized by Edgardo Gracing, TWG Chair and Head of Knowledge Management Solutions Unit in the Statistics ILO, and David Baraclough, Smart Data Practices Manager, OECD, and Chair of the SDMX SWG, whom you already know. So without further ado, Edgardo and David, the floor is yours.
Gracias. So, well, we are arriving to the end of this physical meeting of the SDMX community after 3 years. So I think we have a very good meeting overall. But let's have a quick review of what we have been discussing during these 4.5 days, 3.5 days, sorry. So David will start by reminding us all the materials that we have generated for the near future work.
Yeah, thank you, Edgardo, and thank you, everyone in this meeting. So I'll summarize the points. So we started off in the first session by having the breakout session on the SWOT analysis. This was a very nice session. Thanks everyone for participating in it. And we saw that despite some strengths that are evident in SDMX, like having a well-established governance, a mature information model, and some important characteristics like being very flexible and providing free reusable tools and artifacts, it's still clear that SDMX is a community-based initiative and it has some limited outreach. So we'll take the analysis forward of the SWOT analysis and we'll see how we can address this, and take it forward in the task groups, etc. It's also time to improve the communication around the standard, publish new and improved guidelines and technical manuals, and start building user-friendly and easy-to-use business tools. Interoperability is the key word. But also now we have the SDMX user group, then hopefully this can act really as a vehicle, to communicate with people outside of our usual groups. SDMX3 provides many features that can help in achieving these objectives, but the implementation is still a bit far off, especially, it's nowhere near like widely adopted. Nevertheless, some features have been implemented in tools such as, the mapping artifacts and semantic versioning, or they're on the roadmap at least. And the sponsors have taken responsibility on the development and governance of a reference implementation for SDMX3. So there's coordinated actions by BIS, Eurostat, OECD, and others to release as soon as possible, SDMX3 libraries. Interoperability in SDMX3 is considered a top priority by the tools developers, and this should make users' life easier. Okay, so oops, sorry, kind of my document. Yeah, so there were very interesting presentations on data modeling, which describes some challenges with the current version that hopefully SDMX3 will be able to address. And some also important efforts in maintenance of structural metadata. And the incidence of the context in modeling was also described. And it's evident that structural metadata for the exchange of information, it has different characteristics when we're considering dissemination or storing or exchanging, or if it's microdata. And unit of measure, we saw that it's considered very important to be able to harmonize data models, not least for future versions of the global DSDs. So this is something that the SWG will certainly be taking forward. Some ongoing projects seem to confirm that the new characteristics of SDMX3, they suffice to model micro data sets and the good performance that can be achieved in processing. The session on governance showed that SDMX has some features that make it very suitable to the foundation of a harmonized metadata-driven system. And on capacity building, the availability of it has substantially increased, especially online material. But training resources could be further mutualized. And the discoverability and the availability of this highly related material could perhaps be improved as well, rather than being kind of scattered around somewhat. Finally, good documentation. We saw, I think, in the last session, this is really seen as a key for adopting the standard and effective integration of tools. And we saw some different experiences of tools interacting with other standards such as DPM XBRL and DCAT AP. Annotations are being used considerably now because they're seen as to be increasingly useful to serve certain use cases that perhaps we didn't think we had before. So we should really look at revising the annotations control vocabulary. However, we should carefully consider the line between adding more and more annotations and actually expanding the information model. Because, if an annotation becomes so important to have, then why is it not actually part of SDMX in the first place? So, but this obviously depends on the velocity as well, that we can actually change the information model. You know, so far it's been a bit slow, so we'll see what we can do there. Yeah, and that concludes my wrap up. So thank you very much. Back to Edgardo.
Thank you, David. So I would now perhaps open the floor for very short comments. If anybody in the audience wants to complement or wants to object something that we have said, you are welcome. No? Still shy after 3.5 days? Okay. Everybody is hurry up for leaving. So now I will pass the floor to Rafael on behalf of the Secretariat to start the formal closing of the session.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think we had a really great meeting, I have to say, and I'm very relieved that we are able to physically meet again. It definitely makes a difference, yeah, that is clear. And I think that going forward, this hybrid setup as we have it now, and Energy, I know you invested a lot actually in making this happen here so successfully. This hybrid setup will actually be the new normal, and it works very well, I have to say. So thanks a lot for all your contributions. We were actually a quite active group. There were a lot of interesting, inspiring discussions, a lot of things we learned. And in particular, I would like to thank Inegi for all the effort, for this very warm welcome in this fantastic place here. Thanks, Silvia. Thanks, Juan. Thanks also ILO, Edgardo, for all the preparation and all the let's say members of the SDMX team who were involved in the preparation for making this possible here. I think there will be, I mean, we cannot rest now. We have seen this. There's a lot of work actually in the pipeline. And one thing I would like to say is that I would like you, when you go home, you see the list of tasks we have to do. I would like that you actually start to think a little bit, how can we actually bring more people into the experts meeting? Not just from the inner circle, but also from other organizations. And we are having discussions in the Secretariat going forward. We are now pretty mature with a standard. The main goal over the next couple of years will be to increase the outreach, to broaden the business case, to have a better tool adoption, etc., etc. But we need people for that. And we need people who are actually really experts in SDMX, and we need young people. So if you have any suggestions, if you want to bring forward names, you want to change something, please feel free. Write to the Secretariat. We are very happy to take any kind of proposals. I think this, we are at a state where we really need to, let's say, broaden and increase our outreach. All right, so so thank you again for your participation, and with this, I would hand over back to Edgardo.
Thank you, Rafael. So now I would like, first of all, as a member of the TWG and especially of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all of you for your presence, for getting this meeting back to essential mode, to physical mode. That has been great. And on behalf of the ILO now and on my own, I want to thank Inegi for the lifeline that they sent to us in organizing or in co-organizing this event. I already explained the situation in the opening session, and very special thanks to Juan, that was our counterpart. Because I think that without his energy and the energy of his team, that would not be so brilliant as it was. So really, really thank you. And now I pass the floor to him for the final closure.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the to the experts community, to the people who attended this meeting physically and those who attended virtually. And well, always in Mexico, we want to be friendly with everybody. We welcome you every time you come here. We are very glad to have you here to enjoy our hospitality. And this is not a work from myself, from Silvia, but for a very professional team at INEGI who made it possible. So I want to thank you, each of the members of this professional team in INEGI who made it possible. And I don't have anything else to say that to wish you a safe trip back home. Please enjoy the hours or maybe days that you will be stay yet in Mexico, and we only want to have developed a good memory of this event. Thank you, everybody.
So we are reaching the end of this meeting, and just to say, let's hope we will see all together by the end of the year, in the fall, somewhere for the global conference. Thank you. Hello. Yeah, just a moment. At 3:30, the TWG and SWG will have a physical or hybrid meeting. In those, yeah, what we have announced, at least the TWG, we have announced to the remote people that will be at 3:30. What is a pity because we could start earlier. Okay, so I don't know if our colleagues are still online, so maybe, yes, we can send an email and try to start earlier. We will see. Okay, SWG is starting now in room 2, there, sala 2. The TWG will start at some moment in the other room, the room 1. Indeed. Okay, Silvia wants to have the final session photo, so everybody to the stage.
Entonces dijeron, bueno, mientras que se tomen una foto.
Yeah, everybody. Come on, everybody. This is a stress test for the for the platform.
People on the stage.
Oh, yeah. No more than 6.
Second line, second row. You can one here.
Pues sí. We have a little surprise for you. We are transmitting a video up in the screen.